Welcome and good morning, everyone, to the 2025 Road America Challenge here at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. I tell you what, we had some great racing yesterday. We're going to do it all over again today. We've got two races today. One race group is technically number two, really going to be race one. Then we're going to get into race two later this afternoon for our green, blue, and our sprint groups. But first off, we want to welcome Cheryl Collier, our race chair here. We've got a couple things happening already early this morning.
Thank you so much. Attention in the paddock. I want you all to be aware that we are doing something very, very special today. In my 18 years of track driving, I've never seen this firsthand, so I'm honored to be a part of this. I'm going to talk a little bit more about this later, but I want everybody to please take note of the black and blue 194 car behind the pace car. This is a G-Design racing car. And we are honoring G-Design Racing's one of their own today, and I'll talk more about it as they come back through start finish. But please take note of the black and blue behind the pace car. Back to you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Tell you what, I'm Brian Donati. We're gonna talk about a little bit about this as we start to roll off, along with Brendan Kazmarek. Brendan, why don't you go ahead and let's get this started right away.
Yeah, absolutely. 6 sprint races to come today, Brian. Thanks for having me. 6 sprint races, 30 minutes each, all points races throughout this morning and this afternoon here at Road America. Should be a fantastic day of racing once we get underway here. This is Green Group race number 1, including both of our Spec Boxster and Cayman classes, presented by Miller's Oils. Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racers Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oils since 1887, has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. In addition to using the highest grade of synthetic-based stocks available anywhere in the world, Miller's Oils has been incorporating nanotechnology into its range of motorsport lubricants since 2008 and now has a motorsport product range that is second to none. Technology implemented in Miller's CFS NT Plus engine oil and Miller's CRX NT Plus gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. Although the Miller's line of motorsport oils is not inexpensive, Miller's believes your actual operating costs will be reduced and your equipment's protection increased by using the Miller's line of motorsports oils. We encourage you to try Miller's. Judge for yourself with the help of oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding. We go to our grid for Green Group race number 1 as the field rolls off behind the Porsche Exchange safety car and the number 194 G-Design Racing tribute car. On the pole, inside of row number 1, the number 93 Spec Cayman of Matt DiStefano, that 2007 Cayman S, will lead the field to the green alongside the number 321 of Eric Yortsoy. Second row of the grid inside, Tim Lambie and the number 39 will start alongside the number 158 of Scott Gill. All of those Spec Cayman cars. Another Spec Cayman in P5 is Willie Chahadi in the number 147 alongside the SP3 class pole sitter. That is Greg Rojic in the number 320. Row number 4, P7, Dominic Belvedere in the number 556 Cayman alongside Michael Venable in the number 122. Row number 5 will have Paul Van Eden on the inside, number 648, alongside the 911 Cup pole sitter Daniel Martinson, number 347, his 1985 911. Another 911 Cup car, a couple of 911 Cup cars on row number 6. Car number 6 is Niels Meissner to start alongside Alan Wilt in the number 27. Row number 7, G-Class pole sitter Doug Crossman in the 1992 964 RS America, number 92. Alongside the Spec Cayman number 19 of Jason Knupp. Row number 8 is the number 64 William Harvey 911 Cup entry on the inside alongside the SP3 number 896 of Tanner Market. Row number 9, the number 26 SP3 entry of Bill Paulin, the 1989 968 S2 alongside Rob Walker. We should have an onboard camera for this morning in the number 111 Zombie Spec Boxster. That is your Spec Boxster class pole sitter in P18 overall. P19 overall, row number 10 inside is number 22, the 911 Cup entry of Rick Polk alongside the Spec Boxster of Tim Nagy. Will start right behind that Rob Walker entry, nose to tail, to the top 2 spots in Spec Boxster. Row number 11, the 641 911 Cup of Dwayne Moses alongside the Spec Boxster of Chris McDuff, in the number 372. Row number 12, we'll see Joe Donovan on the inside, number 128 in SP3 alongside the 911 Cup entry, number 25 of Dwayne Crandall. Row number 13, P25, is the 441 of Sean O'Brien in his 1998 Boxster, alongside the SP3 car, number 311, Henry Carter. Row number 14, P27, the SP3 entry, number 14, Dennis Hiffman, alongside John Haas in P28, number 740. That spec Boxster starts the outside of row number 14. Row number 15, the GT6 pole sitter, number 169, Kurt Hipke, alongside the 911 Cup entry, P30 of the number 760, that's Siggy Meissner. P31, 622 is the car number for Stan Wenger in his spec Boxster, alongside the number 339 E-Class, 1982 911 SC Euro of Bob Danko. P33, Adam Golightly in the number 487 SP1 entry, alongside Glenn Larson in the D-Class, number 50. And rounding out the field, Brian, we had a chance to talk about her in a not-so-positive light yesterday, unfortunately, or at least the car in a not-so-positive light. The car that came to grief down at turn number 3 and ended up costing us some schedule time anyway yesterday. It's Karen Holmes in the 1973 number 911T, and I mentioned that name specifically because we saw that car out for practice this morning.
Yep.
We know that Karen is on the grid.
And
the
she's also out there.
Chartreuse number 36, starting shotgun on the field. Fantastic to have Karen out there running again this morning. Looking forward to it. As the field rounds Canada Corner, new camera location for us first thing this morning. We'll come up under the flag GRB banner out of turn 13, Bill Mitchell Bend, and into turn 14, and we'll turn it over to Cheryl Collier as we begin the second of our 2 pace laps.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, please join us to honor the life and legacy of Giuseppe Joey Buonsante. We lost him July 31st of this year. Far too early. He was only 49 years old. The black and blue car behind the pace car is a G-Design racing car, and it has a livery honoring Joey's life, which you probably won't be able to see from your position, but please wave as he drives by to recognize Joey. Joey's journey in motorsport began with a deep passion for cars and competition. He got his start at Eurosport, where his skill, determination, and hands-on approach quickly earned him recognition. From there, Joey moved on to Napleton, where he built all of the Inter Series cars. His work set a new standard for craftsmanship and reliability, and his cars carried racers to the podium time and time again. Joey's expertise soon found its way to the grand stage of endurance racing. With the Napleton racing team, he was part of the crew that achieved one of motorsport's greatest honors, winning the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. It was a testament not only to his technical ability, but also to his relentless drive and commitment to excellence. In 2013, Joey founded G-Design Racing, a company born out of his vision to support Porsche Club racers across the country. What started as a way to lend a hand quickly grew into a community built on Joey's values, hard work, camaraderie, and an unwavering love for the sport. Through G-Design, Joey helped countless racers chase their dreams, always ready with advice, encouragement, and the technical wizardry that only he could bring. But beyond the victories and the cars, Joey will be remembered most for the way he touched people's lives. In the paddock, in the shop, and on the grid, Joey was more than a builder and a mentor. He was a friend, a brother, an inspiration, and a part of the PCA family. His spirit will forever ride with us in every lap, in every race, and in every victory still to come. Today, as we pay tribute, we remember Joey not only for what he built, but for who he was. His legacy lives on in the engines he tuned, the racers he supported, and the family he leaves behind in the racing community. Not only his actual family, but all of us racers and his crew. His family is gathered under the G-Design tent over by the hot pits, and we honor you today. Please join us in a moment of reflection as we celebrate the life of Joey Buonsante. The tribute car just exited turn 5. Everybody, thank you.
All right, welcome back here again, Joey. We miss you. This is the 2025 Road America Challenge here. This is our green sprint group. Technically race number 2. Yesterday was a non-points race, Brendan, so half the field came out, half the field did not. We're going to see this.
Remember, Brian, this is actually the first time we'll see these cars wheel to wheel this weekend. They lost their first.
Oh, that's right. They went qualifying. That's right. I forgot about that.
And that sprint race, that 20-minute non-point sprint, got replaced with a proper qualifying session.
Yep.
So we got to see these cars in anger for that full 20 minutes, set the grid for what will be this race 1, I guess,
this
for them.
Will be
the,
that is true. I totally forgot about yesterday. Trying to erase that from the memory. I'm sure they all did too. So, but I got to be honest, it's great to see Karen back out here. Again, we'll have to try to figure out some word whether or not it was a motor, whether it was just an oil line or an oil plug that may have come down. But we'll check on that and get word on that. But yeah, you're right. This is going to be first wheel-to-wheel action for our green group. And I tell you what, Brendan, we ended up yesterday. We were just hearing about Eric Yortsoy and Matt DiStefano setting almost the exact same time to the millithousandths of a second in practice yesterday, which is very, very unheard of, especially on this 4.014 mile, 14-turn course.
Timing guru Dave Anderson came into us and said, I've been doing this 17 years. I've never seen people match times at the top of the grid. It's going to set the stage for a fantastic Spec Cayman battle. We're going to see an excellent battle in 911 Cup, of course, like we always do, and down in the Spec Boxer field as well. We should have an onboard camera from Rob Walker this morning. Looking forward immensely to 30 minutes of green group racing action, Brian, as the green flag waves at the top of the hill.
Yep, and we are racing again, and here it is. Eric Yortsoy, Matt DiStefano. They're going to go side by side past the start-finish line. Going to hang there together. Again, everybody else 2 wide. Now, look, Brendan, looks like we're going to go 3 wide halfway through the back. Again, this is what we talked about yesterday. This is a big wide sweeping turn 1. You got to get back to single file. You can go 2 wide. You cannot go 3 wide. That will not work. Eventually, as that starts to shorten down and get into that grass, you've got to make sure that you get back in there if you want to get through.
Plenty of room there on corner exit. Use as much of the road as you dare. The problem is it's really narrow at the apex there. Like you said, barely enough for 3 cars wide. In fact, we've got a car to the inside now exiting turn number 3. Now, is that a mechanical pull-off? Or is that a... Now, that looks to be a mechanical for what I think is a 911 Cup entry there. Out to driver's right, find a gap in the wall, and hopefully we keep this race green, at least until we can get some of the field sorted out. Down into the braking zone at turn number 5 for the first time. It looks like it's DiStefano leading the number 321 of Eric Yortsoy, just like they came under the start-finish gantry about a minute ago.
Eric Yortsoy's been really, really quick here all weekend long. Led pretty much most of the first 2 practices all day yesterday, and even got up there again during qualifying. Was your pole sitter in that Spec Cayman over Matt DiStefano, along with Tim Lambie and Scott Gill. They actually were side by side a couple corners back as well. They come down here through turn 8, getting ready to go into the carousel. And Brendan, this is what we talked about yesterday, especially all day during all the qualifying sessions that we had and some of the other races. This is where the throttle modulation is really going to come into play here. You've got to be able to get through there, and you've got to be able to get that car set pretty quickly as you come down into turn 11, which is known as the kink. That's kind of the fastest corner, but you also got to have some runoff here. As you can see over the left-hand side, they've widened it just a little bit, gives our drivers that just a little bit of extra room. This is really the fastest part of the course.
Yeah, much like yesterday, the conditions changed throughout the day, obviously. We were 47 degrees when we got here this morning. We're warming up pretty gradually here. The sunlight basking most of this Road America circuit in both light and warmth, and you'd expect the tires to come up to temperature fairly quickly. With that said, no reason to push the limits, especially over there at the kink, turn number 11 on this first lap. No need either to really get into any scraps this early on. It's not necessarily about how fast you can be in ultimate pace. These 30-minute sprint races are more about how consistent can you be? How long can you maintain that consistency? We saw Matt DiStefano, pole sitter overall and in Spec Cayman yesterday, find a way to pull out 7 or 8 tenths on Eric Yortsoy. The question is going to be, maybe it was a new set of tires, whatever the case was, now that we've gotten racing, can he maintain that margin to Yortsoy, or are we going to be in a position, much like we were in practice, where we're trading lap times back and forth, and we're seeing that nose-to-tail, wheel-to-wheel action throughout this 30-minute sprint?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, we talked about this, and you talked about it really in the opening here, is our 911 Cup, and I do believe that may have been the 760 machine of Siggy Meisner may have been the one that's pulled off over there to driver's left. Again, pretty far outside there. He's the only one from the 911 Cup, which that does look like that has not completed the lap that went out and took across the start-finish line on the pace laps, right? So
yeah, importantly, Brian, we've stayed green now that that car's pulled off there. Anticipate that car being there till the end of the session, unless we have a full course yellow for some other reason. Looking a little bit further down the order, that 911 Cup class you just talked about, Niels Meissner in the number 06 leads that class as we speak. Just about I got to make sure we got the sort right here over on Race Monitor for live timing. Ahead of Daniel Martinson, the number 347, just 0.2 of a second. Then another half second back to the number 27 of Alan Wilt. So just 1 second separating your top three in 911 Cup. The Spec Boxster, we jump on board the class-leading Zombie, the number 111 from Rob Walker. 0.3 of a second in hand over the 316 of Tim Nagy, and I suspect if you look in the lower left corner of your screen, that is the Harlequin colored number 316.99 Spec Boxster. Dropping a couple of wheels there is the, is that a 944? Yes, it is. Yeah. So directly behind Nagy, it's William Harvey in the 64 with a nervy moment there coming out of the carousel.
Yeah, and go back to what I was talking about with Siggy Meisner in the 760. That is not him that's parked down there in turn 3. He's sitting down here on pit road. Just saw them come through, so he may not have obviously didn't complete a lap. So we'll have to figure out, looking at timing and scoring, to see if there's anybody else.
There is. I'm thinking it's the 169 of Kurt Hipke. It's a GT6 class car, 1970 911T turbo. Anyway, that car, I believe, is the 169 that's parked up there at the exit of 3.
Or it could be Doug Grossman. I did see Grossman out this morning.
Oh, interesting.
With taking some practice laps, and then obviously not here. And when they came out across the start-finish line, I did see him out there. So again, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Maybe that could be. But again, that car really far off. I don't anticipate us going to a full course yellow at that point, because that car is in a pretty safe spot. We talked about Karen Holmes, right? She started shotgun on the field all the way in the back. Again, not having a qualifying session yesterday due to that incident with that motor. And she's worked her way up all the way back into 7th through there. So she's passed a couple of those 911 Cup cars. So again, that car seems to be okay, whether that they changed the motor or just went and did some, check the plug and everything else. But again, not getting a qualifying run yesterday.
Up at the front of the overall running order, Brian, we've filtered out the SP3 entry of Greg Roderick, and 1 through 8, your first 8 cars in a row, with some separation, are all Spec Cayman entries. It's Di Stefano from Yortsoy from Chahadi in the 147, Scott Gill in the 158, and then Michael Venable in the number 122, rounding out the top 5. A couple of silver Caymans, 4 of them in a row there. I think that would have been the last one in line, Dominic Belvedere in the number 556. The blue and black car, Scott Gill, comes through your shot now. And then we get Venable and Lambie in remarkably similar colored cars there, working their way through the kink. Again, just leaving that little bit of a margin, touching the curb there on corner exit for good measure. Make sure you get a good sense of the positioning of the car, and then set yourself for that long, fast, flat-out run through the kettle bottoms and into Canada Corner.
Yeah. Tell you what, you were talking about Rob Walker and that Spec Boxster, and we were on board with him a couple minutes ago. That's kind of the closest battle, other than in our our overall leader in Spec Cayman. Rob Walker's got about a 0.7 of a second lead over Tim Nagy, which is the closest that's been pretty much all weekend long. We saw them out yesterday, especially during qualifying. There was a pretty big gap. But now, as we've started to go wheel to wheel with everybody, that starts to play in where you do it. I believe they should just now be getting ready to come up the hill. There is Walker right there getting ready to come up the hill out of turn number 14. And there is Nagy in the 316 just behind him. We'll see what that gap is now. But again, a pretty good spec Boxster field there is now. It looks like Nagy, he's going to be under attack here by Bill Paulin. That's not for a battle in class, but battle on the racetrack. So he's going to have to contend with that.
Our boy Rob here is really enjoying seeing that in his mirror, that SP3 of Bill Paulin, just getting in amongst himself and that number 316 of Tim Nagy. So you make the run down the hill into turn number 3. Just a little bit of breathing room there for Rob. I'll tell you what, I want to jump to the group of cars that's just leaving the shot now underneath the Sargento Bridge and headed towards that braking zone at turn number 5. What do we like to say, Brian? 911 Cup always delivers in PCA Club Racing. This is the battle for second. This blue-colored, I'm sorry, not the blue-colored car. You're looking at the yellow-colored car and then the blue and black-colored car directly behind it. That is Niels Meissner in the number 06. Sorry, let me make sure I've got this right.
That may be Alan Wilt in the 27, and then Niels Meister in the 06 is the blue. The blue machine.
It's the battle for third. Yep. I've got that wrong. Battle for third. So actually, Meissner's fallen back a little bit there. Gave up the spot to Alan Wilt on the previous lap. And so that'll be the 06 and the 22 there.
Yeah, I think that's the 06. That's okay. That's Meissner in there, and I believe that is Alan Wilt in the yellow 27. So they're battling. So that is the battle for second.
There we go. Yep,
Daniel Martinson has taken off. He's got about a 5-second gap over those. So that battle for second between Wilt and Meissner really starting to pick up. And you mentioned it, and we're going to see it pretty much. And here we go. It does look like Meissner's trying to make that move, coming down through the kink, down through turn number 11, not able to do it. And they're going to end up having to figure out how to battle to get around the car in front of him, which I believe is going to be
Jason Nupp in the 19. Yeah, so actually he's just working his way through the slightly slower 911 Cup cars in his Spec Cayman entry. I think that actually allowed that margin to close up slightly. Yeah. So there goes your 911 Cup leader. That's the black and gold car of Daniel Martinson. Then we get Alan Wilt in the yellow number 27, and then, like you said, Niels Meissner in that number 06 directly behind. So last time you and I saw these 911 Cup cars in action back at New Jersey Motorsports Park, we had nose-to-tail action across 2 days of really, really good sprint racing and endurance racing. Like you said, some of it came down to strategy in the enduro, but these cars just have a way of sticking to each other like glue and delivering really, really excellent racing. Looks like maybe that Alan Wilt, number 27, has a bit of the legs there up the front straight.
Yeah, I was going to say, so, we talked about this yesterday, really coming up out of turn number 14. You really have to have that drive off. That's really going to help you get up the hill and underneath the start bridge there. And it looks like Wilt was able to do that the last time by, and it looks like Meissner did not get the run that he wanted out of there. Car got a little bit sideways, had to gather it back up before he was able to get going back straight again. So that kind of dropped down to about 0.8 of a second, which is about 2.5, 3 car lengths. But you're right, Alan Wilt in that 27 definitely had the legs, definitely had that drive off come up the hill down into turn number 1, because he's opened it up as they went down here through turn number 5 pretty quickly, and he's opened it up by about 5 or 6 car lengths now.
So we get towards the halfway point here. Brian, just do a quick rundown of our class leaders, and then we've got some business to take care of, both in terms of paying the bills and getting our next sprint racing group to the grid. The E-Class led by Bob Danko in the number 339. That's a solo entry in that class. We've already been talking about the 911 Cup. Daniel Martinson from Alan Wilt, Niels Meissner, Rick Polk, and William Harvey round out your top 5. Karen Holmes is up into P7, chasing down the 641 of Dwayne Moses in P6 down in that 911 Cup class. Adam Golightly in the 487, a solo entry in SP1. Doug Crossman in the 92, we don't think ended up out on track this morning. Has not set any laps yet. That's the only G-Class car. Your D-Class leader is Glenn Larson in the number 50. We get to Spec Boxster, where it's Rob Walker from Tim Nagy, now 1.4 seconds in hand. A good battle for third between Chris McDuff and Sean O'Brien, just a 1/10 of a second to choose between them. Your Spec Cayman leader is Matt DiStefano from Eric Yortsoy, and then a gap back to Walid Shahadi. Scott Gill and Tim Lambie round out your top 5. GT6, we think Kurt Hipke was the car that did not continue around lap number 1 down at turn number 3, and then SP3 led by Greg Rojic from Bill Paulin, Tanner Market, Joe Donovan, and Henry Carter. Brian, we'll turn it to you here. We're just about reaching that halfway point. We'll stick with the action on the video side here. We get this 911 Cup battle just raging on up the front straightaway under the new NTT data bridge. Why don't we make that first call to grid? We'll take a quick break here from the action on Driver's Eye Live and then resume on the other side with more green sprint racing action.
All right. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call for the Blue Sprint Group. First call to the grid, Blue Sprint Group. All right, we'll go ahead and take that break now. Thank some of our partners and sponsors. You're watching the 2025 Road America Challenge from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We'll be right back.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control.
Based in New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of 2 components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Track Day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
Welcome back to the 2025 Road America Challenge here from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. I'm Brian Donati along with Brendan Kazmarek covering this. And Brendan, we were just getting ready to come back in, and we were looking on the screen, and we found the battle for Inspect Cayman for third place between Scott Gill and Waleed Chetty. And I tell you what, we believe, looking at this right now, I think Scott Gill was able to get by Waleed Chetty, and I think that happened coming through turn 2 into turn number 3.
Yeah, we saw him across the start-finish line and here on live timing, just a tenth of a second to choose between those 2 Spec Caymans, with Chahadi leading Scott Gill in that 158. Based on the color description, sure looks like that's gone the other way. I think that is the 158 now. Able to pull out 2 or 3 car lengths through the more technical side of this Road America circuit, this 4-mile layout. They'll head underneath the Mission Foods Bridge down towards the kink, and it looks like Scott, as long as he gets a decent run through the kink here, is able to keep that mid-corner speed up. I'll tell you what, Waleed had a pretty good run there through the apex of 11. Does that translate into a potential move down into Canada Corner? I think probably not.
Don't believe he's going to outbreak that distance enough right there, yeah. And again, this is part of the race where we get, 12 minutes where, tires do start to go away, fuel starts to burn off, the cars start to handle a little bit differently. I know when they were out for practice and even for qualifying in this group yesterday, that full 20 minutes, they're going to go a little bit longer. So this is where the cars are going to really start to, kind of change as the race happens.
You can see it on screen, Brian. The way these cars move around coming up out of Bill Mitchell Bend at turn 13, you kind of tried to settle the car on its nose anyway going into 14, but it's a long arcing braking zone. Shahadi went to the inside, just about a half a car width. Scott Gill moves to the outside. And both of those cars dancing around on the brakes, trying to get turned in. The car tipped back to the apex for turn number 14 in that long, and as you mentioned earlier, really, really important run up the front straightaway. Maybe we go back and find that 911 Cup battle between Alan Wilt and Niels Meissner. It's a battle for... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm going to, going a little bit further, not too far back, but, the battle really for 8th, 9th, and 10th on the racetrack, and that's the gray 556 Spec Cayman of Dominic Belvedere, maybe down in turn 2 and turn 3. Then you have our 911 Cup, Daniel Martinson, involved in that as well right here. And then right a little bit further back from that is the 320 of Greg Rochik. Greg Rochik got a great run off of 14 and put him right up in there. Starting to fall back a little bit, and I think that's because of the horsepower that these other two have that pull away just a little bit. Rochik's not going away too quickly, but again, this is our leader in that 911 Cup. That's Daniel Martinson, and he's got a pretty good, comfortable lead, about 14 seconds over Alan Wilt and then Niels Meissner in the 06 machine. Those two have been battled, and they're about 14 seconds back from this battle here. But you can see where it starts to open up. But the lap before, they were all three nose to tail, trying to fight one another just to get by, each other.
Well, most of this margin came from the exit of turn 3 down into turn number 5. It was all horsepower. I mean, they were nose to tail, bumper to bumper, 3 cars in a row out of that 90-degree turn number 3. And then by the time they got to turn number 5, a couple of car lengths worth of separation between each of them. Remember, this isn't for class position.
Correct.
As such, so there's really no reason to be super aggressive here. This is more of a vibes battle, if you like. Just a bit of fun between some PCA Club Racing members and really fast drivers in their own right. Dominic Belvedere, just a couple of tenths of a second slower than Paul Van Eden, the number 648. So not really in a position to go attack that 7th place class battle, but good to defend anyway from that 347 of Daniel Martinson, who is your 911 Cup class leader. I think this is going to be our battle for second here. I think this is Alan. Is that Alan Wilt there? No, it's a little further back because that's Rob Walker.
Yeah,
so that'll be Rick Polk in the 22.
Yeah, I think, you're correct, yep.
Yep, so we can follow them around here for a little bit, Jordan. Rick Polk in that number 22 ahead of Bill Paulin in the SP3 number 26. That's a 968. And then Rob Walker in that number 111. Kind of a bird's eye view from on board Zombie. And hello to Sadakal Khalsa in the chat. Friend of Drivers best friend of Drivers Eye Live, I think it's fair to say. Rob heads out of Canada Corner, climbs the hill into turn number 13, just leaving a bit of breathing room. And breathe at the throttle there on the way in. Good to see the throttle trace down there in the bottom of your screen. And the brake pressure as well. Interesting to see, because of these arcing braking zones, these long curved braking zones that really move around a lot more than you'd expect until you drive this in person. Not really able to get to full brake pressure before you lock up the inside wheels going into that turn number 14 in particular. Spec Boxer doesn't quite have the legs, but they'll go side by side in front of him down into turn number 1.
Tell you what, as they're getting ready to go down side by side and Walker's going to come in there, let's make our second call to the grid for our blue group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call for blue sprint group. Second call, blue sprint group to the grid for your 30-minute race.
I think we just had a car pull off on the front straightaway here, Brian. Car went to upshift. It looks like a blue 944 maybe. Went to upshift right at start-finish. The car didn't accelerate as he went further up the straightaway, and it looked like he hit the brakes and pulled off to driver's left, maybe just in that cutout.
On driver's left, or did he come over
here? But it didn't look like that car went any further than sort of that pit out area. I'm not sure what the number was. The blue 944.
Well, we've got quite a bit of blue ones out there, so we'll try to look at that.
Yeah,
here's a battle. Here. Again, there's Karen Holmes in that number 36 machine.
Excellent recovery for Karen in that Chartreuse. A 1973 911 started shotgun overall on the field. Now up into, is it P18 at last look? Yes, it is. P5 in the 911 Cup class. and lapping pretty consistently in the 233, 234 bracket, able to pick off William Harvey, Siggy Meissner, Dwayne Crandall, and Dwayne Moses to get herself up into the top 5.
Well, I tell you what, as we're sitting here watching Karen, she's starting to pull up. I tell you what, that spec Boxster between Rob Walker and Tim Nagy, that battle has tightened up tremendously. And I think that's because Walker ended up getting behind those two cars that were going side by side right in front. Here comes Nagy as well. So Tim Nagy right behind Rob Walker as they come out of the kink and head down into Canada corner.
Brian, I mentioned at the top of the race here, it's not necessarily about how fast you can be, your outright pace over these 30-minute races. It's how consistent you can be. Sometimes that's tire management, right? Sometimes it's managing the car as the balance changes when the fuel load lightens and the weight distribution on the car begins to change. Sometimes, in this case in particular, it's about managing yourself in traffic. Are you maximizing your corner speed? If you have the opportunity to get by a different class car that may be holding you up through various parts of this Road America circuit, can you get by them cleanly, safely, and begin to pull away? That's the part I think that's holding up Rob Walker at the moment. As you said, that side-by-side battling in front of him I think is really costing Rob here. Fastest lap in that 111, 2:35.2. His last lap was a 37.9.
Yeah.
Near enough a 38 flat. And it's allowed Tim Nagy, like you said, right up onto the back bumper. It's basically like we've lost the last 25 minutes and we've just started over at lap 1.
Yeah, I tell you what, and those two cars in front, that is Bill Paulin in the 26 machine and that SP3 machine, and then Rick Polk in that 911 Cup car, number 22. They're continuing to battle. Again, that's not a battle for in class, but it's a battle for position on the racetrack, and that's really starting to bring that spec Boxster race right here towards the end with just about 5 minutes left to go.
Yeah, should be, I think, this lap and then 2 more for those spec Boxster cars. That is all happening. That's the overall, 1 minute and 15 seconds, so about half a lap behind the race leading number 93 of Matt DiStefano. Just crosses the line with just over 5 minutes left. So actually, spec Caymans here might be this lap and 2 more, meaning this lap and 3 for the Boxster field, which, if you're Rob Walker, maybe you're sitting there with your fingers crossed saying, hey, I think we need to cut this a lap short here, because he's going to have to defend while also managing the cars ahead and the battling that they're doing. You see how much Rob closed up on the back of that 911 Cup entry of Rick Polk through the carousel. Now a really good run and a really good job of traffic management there, maximizing that apex speed, then gets out in front of the 911 Cup entry to kind of break the draft with Tim Nagy, who fires it up the inside on the way into Canada corner. Yeah,
I tell you what, you can see there in the bottom left-hand corner there where Nagy did the exact same thing. Tried to get through, went a little bit wide there.
Oh, it's a disaster for Tim Nagy. Sorry, Brian. Rick Polk goes up the inside. They're going to be side by side through Bill Mitchell Bend and into the brakes at turn number 14. All that gap that Rob had and then lost, just like that in an instant in a little bit of traffic, now comes back to Rob.
Yeah, I tell you what, that's just really going to separate that up for the last of the race, as you talked about. Again, Polk falling a little bit back. Now they've got to worry about Karen coming up there behind him as well. Does she get into the fray, and does she start to help out a little bit with Nagy? But it looks like she's going to try to make that pass going down into turn 1. Again, that's not for a battle in class. That's just a position on the racetrack. So good for her to get back up there. We talked about it. But now she's going to come into play with that Nagy machine. That's really going to open up that spec Boxster.
So this is also creating a battle down in 911 Cup. It'll be the battle for 4th place, if I count right. It's only one hand, so that should be correct. Rick Polk and Karen Holmes are in a battle of their own. So you could make a case and say, well, Rick really should just let the Boxsters go and kind of do their thing. But the reality is that Rick has got to defend.
Yeah, correct.
And Karen is, just set a PB, 2:33.888 is the lap time. There is Karen already cleared that number 316 of Tim Nagy, at least for now. Those cars make their speed in different ways. But they're going to come up to the...
Well, there she is right behind Rob Walker, and that is Polk right there in front. So that is the battle for 4th position as you talked about in that 911 Cup.
We've had a change for fourth overall, fourth in Spec Cayman as well. Looks like Michael Venable in the 122 has cleared Waleed Shahadi as Rob Walker fires it up the inside at turn number 8, gets out over the rumble strips on the exit. This is where the Boxster should be quicker through this long right-handed carousel. We know the car is quicker down at the kink as well. So a bit of clear air here for Zombie, the number 111, with a 911 Cup in between himself and Tim Nagy. Actually, it's 2 911 Cups now because Karen Holmes has cleared that multicolored number 6.
And I think Nagy just let her go, because now look at Nagy's going to try to do it. Karen Holmes is going to try to make the move on the driver's right, coming down into Canada corner over Polk for that 4th position. She's going to get right up alongside him, backs out of a little bit. Nagy's going to sit over their driver's left. That's going to be an interesting run when they come out of turn 13. Brendan, and turn 14. A little bit further up in there, you still got the Alan Wilt and the Niels Meisner battle. That's for second. Just went past our start-finish line.
Absolutely fascinating dynamic here between the 911 Cup entries and that the 2 Spec Boxsters that kind of bookend this battle. If you're Tim Nagy, I'm sure it's extremely frustrating, but you know, these races have just as much right to play out as either one. It's benefiting Rob Walker at least for now. Nagy actually looks like backs off maybe a little bit, headed up the front straightaway, allows the battle between the 22 and the 36 to continue. Karen Holmes up the inside into turn number 1. Job done in the braking zone.
Yep, got that, John. Got that drive up over the hill past the start-finish line down into turn 1. Looks like that car is going to be able to make that stick. Should be able to start to pull away from Rick Polk. She's been running down almost a half second to a second faster over that 22. So good run for Karen, moving all the way up right now, sitting in P5 in our 911 Cup. We should be getting ready to come to the end. We'll take a look and find out where Matt DiStefano is and Eric Yortsoy. He's got about a 4.5 second lead. Matt DiStefano in that black that black number 93 Cayman with the bat. It looks like everybody's getting the one to go now. He just took it, so there's the one to go right now. So Matt DiStefano in that Spec Cayman working his last lap. There goes Eric Yortsoy past the start-finish line now. That gap's opened up to about 6.5 seconds right now. So all cars that follow now will be working their last lap.
John Helberg in the chat says, let's go Dominic Belvedere. Dominic in the 556 Spec came in a battle of his own with the 7th place car of Tim Lambie, that number 39. So 2 silver 2006 Cayman S's, kind of at the tail end of that lead group of Spec Cayman cars. There they are, headed up the hill out of turn number 14 to begin their final tour in this sprint race. Well, sprint race number 1, such as it is for the green group. A good battle that we've kind of not been able to follow while we've been focusing on some of the other classes further down the order. These little 2-car battle packs have kind of formed all over the place.
You know what? I was just getting ready to talk about Wally Chetty. That car really does not sound very, very good. Sounds like it is definitely fallen off. You can see him coming down the front stretch now. That car is not very well.
Yeah, Paul Van Eden is dropping down the order as well. So that battle for P7 is now actually a battle for top 5 between Tim Lambie and Dominic Belvedere. Some separation between them now as they head down out of turn number 3. Really odd stuff there right at the tail end of this Spec Cayman battle. I kind of half wonder here, Brian, if maybe we're not seeing some fuel issues with these cars.
I was just getting ready to say, when Wally Chetty came by the start-finish line, it sounded like it was cutting on and cutting off. I'm wondering if there could be some potential fuel
Remember
issues.
that Matt DiStefano started his last lap with just 14 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah.
I wonder if they banked on this race being 12 laps instead of 13, fueled the car appropriately, or inappropriately as the case might be, and unfortunately it's going to mean that they're a lap short on the actual race distance here, which is going to be that 13 total laps.
Yep. Yeah, that's a pretty good call there. I think that we're starting to see that again. We are also looking at one of the cars you were talking about earlier. I believe that may have been Tanner Marcotte in the 896 that may have had some problems. As here comes the checkered flag out for the 93 of Matt DiStefano. So Matt DiStefano is going to pick up the overall win and our Spec Cayman class win. Here comes Eric Yortsoy. He's going to be second in Spec Cayman. We'll pick up some of those other battles as they start to form, and then we'll give you the rundown of the rest of the groups here as they start to take the checkered flag, because Eric Yortsoy and Matt DiStefano had such a huge gap kind of on everybody else. Scott Gill just now crossing the start-finish line in that 158 in his Spec Cayman. So Scott Gill finishing third in Spec Cayman. We should be seeing the 122 of Mike Venable right now getting ready to come up the hill. He was about 6 seconds behind Scott Gill, so he should be the next car that takes the checkered flag. And there goes Tim Lampy. So Mike Venable already taken the checker flag.
Yeah, Lampy came through. Martinson.
He just went through.
No, but where's Dominic Belvedere?
Well, he's falling back.
Oh, there he is.
Should be getting ready to come up.
No, there he is.
Yeah, he is pulled off.
Driver's right. Well, the car's got power.
May not have enough power. It may be a fuel thing, or he's able to start it and get it back out of there.
I wonder if maybe it sputtered coming up the hill out of 12 into 13.
Yeah.
Pulled off, and once it leveled out there, he was able to get the car restarted. So right at the very end here, and very unlike these spec classes in particular, Brian, to see mechanical issues, which is kind of why I've gone down that pathway of, rear lockup, it looked like they're headed into turn number 14. Maybe it was a front lockup. Anyway, you wonder if there's some maybe fuel issues here with these spec classes. Just not likely to see 3 or 4 cars right at the end of a 30-minute sprint succumb to problems.
Right.
Rob Walker will cross the line in the number 111 and take the Spec Boxster class win in Zombie. Then where's Tim Nagy?
Well, Tim Nagy hasn't come back. He
came through.
dropped back. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm wondering if he did the same thing, right?
7 seconds slower.
Definitely having some fuel, and maybe really, because he completely got out of it during that battle and kind of really fell back. So,
yeah, I'll tell you what, Brian, I've been here for a lot of racing at Road America, and in some of these classes, it tends to affect open wheel cars more, and some SCCA type, big bore and club racing cars on that side as well. 13 laps around here does push it on a non-endurance type of fuel tank here.
Correct.
And with excellent weather conditions this morning, a really aggressive pace at the front of the field, combined with that really, really narrow margin on timing where we were just, 10, 15 seconds clear of that extra lap. Very, very interesting dynamic here in that sprint race number 1.
Yep. Tell you what, let's take one final call for our next group, and then we'll give you kind of the rundown, and then we'll take a quick break and come back for that group right here. Attention in the paddock, final call. Blue Sprint Group for your race number 2. Final call, Blue Sprint race number 2 to the grid, please. All right, let's give you a quick little rundown here. In our E-Class, 339, Bob Danko, the only driver in that class. He's going to pick up the win there. We talked about our 911 Cup. Daniel Martinson's going to pick up the win over Niels Meisner and then Alan Wilt. Karen Holmes is going to battle all the way back to finish 4th in class. Good run by Karen. In our SP1, Adam Golightly in the 487, our only driver in that class, going to pick up the win. Doug Crossman did not complete a lap. We think that may be the car that's sitting down there just outside of turn number 3. In our D-Class, Glenn Larson, he's going to pick up the win in that number 50, the only driver in that class. In our Spec Boxster, we talked about it, Rob Walker in that 111 going to pick up the win over Tim Nagy. Finishing 3rd, Sean O'Brien, Chris McDuff's going to finish in 4th. In Spec Cayman, and your overall winner, Matt DiStefano, is going to pick up the win there over the 321 of Eric Yortsoy, and then the 158 of Scott Gill. In GT6, Kurt Hepke, he did not take the green flag, so again, no drivers there in GT6 taking the run. In SP3, Greg Rochik is going to pick up the win over Bill Poland and then Tano Marcotte in that 896. That's going to be your top 3 that's going to round out the field here. So we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to pick up our blue group. You're watching the 2025 Road America Challenge from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We'll be right back.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Repaired Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 Road America Challenge here at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. This is our second group of the day. This is going to be our blue group. This is for our GT competitors out here. A little bit faster than our first group there, but all the same. These drivers, they did get their non-points race yesterday in. So this was one of the groups that was able to get that done. Again, this is going to be a 30-minute. Yesterday we only went 20 minutes, so we're going to go 10 minutes. I think some may have learned about possible fuel issues, right? I don't think that's going to come into play here, but pretty good battle that we're going to have in this group amongst all of them. This also includes that GTB1 group, Brendan, that we've been talking about pretty much the entire weekend, where our top four were separated under a second, almost 0.7 of a second out of the top four in that class. So we should see a pretty good race there. Hey, real quick before we get started here, I want to thank Porsche Exchange of Highland Park for not only being a platinum sponsorship, but once again providing us with the weekend's pace car. If you're walking around the paddock, stop by the Porsche Exchange tent located near Victory Lane to say hello to the friendly staff and show your appreciation for their support for club year after year. They have a great selection of newest official Porsche clothing, which I'm getting ready to go down there when we go to lunch, accessories, and you can earn chances to win great prizes in their raffle. Porsche Exchange wishes you all the safe and fun here at the track. So if you're walking around the paddock, go down there, see the Porsche Exchange. You can ask them about their trip up here on Thursday. I'm sure they'll be glad to tell you about it. So with that, Brendan, I'll tell you what, why don't we go ahead and we'll thank our partner here for presenting this race, and we'll get to the starting lineup.
Yep, these pace laps go quickly here, Brian, so we'll fire through it. Race number 2, sprint race, points race number 1 anyway, for the blue group is presented by Motion Control Suspensions. Motion Control Suspensions is proven to be the evolution of premium motorsport damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different than other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross, track days, club racing, and far beyond. MCS is more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. An unblinking eye for detail and the motivation and desire to constantly achieve more. They are a company fueled by the success their products achieve in your hands. Their customer support is valued as the best in the industry, which we feel is the only level that allows them to support your efforts, make you quicker, and share their joy of winning with you. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing efforts for the 3rd consecutive year and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup, support, and consultation. Pole position, Mr. Donati. Mark Calzaretta in the number 17 GTD3 GT4 RS Club Sport Cayman alongside Tom Burke. Also in that GTD3 class, number 77 on the outside of the front row. Back to row number 2, it's Chris Dooley alongside Brianna Ogden. 2 best-looking cars on the grid, in my opinion, 751 from 141. Ray Ramirez, GTD3 entry number 51 on row number 3 alongside the GTD2 pole sitter Ryan Siekowski, I guess if we're going to be Polish about it, on the outside of row number 3. Row number 4 is Brad Weber, the 747 alongside Nicholas Giger. In the number 11, row number 5 will be Scott Nays alongside Alan Viner in that 262 996 GT3 Cup. Beautiful car on the outside of row number 5. Row number 6 is Larry Wexler alongside Mark Cook. That's 171 from 581. Angus Rogers and Corey Libka on row number 7. Row number 8 will be Ed Dunn in the number 98. That's 2nd place in GTB1, directly behind the class pole sitter of Angus Rogers. Outside of row 8 will be Mark Hausman. Row number 9 is Kevin Sear, who drove our memorial car earlier in the start of Green Race 1, and Jeff Kleben on the outside of row number 9 in the number 522. We'll round out with row 10, Francis Florido in the number 48, alongside Russell Martirana in the number 726. Another 7 rows behind them, a full grid as we head up to start sprint race number 2 for the blue group.
Tell you what, Calzaretta and Burke climbing the hill, waiting for the starter to give the green flag, and there it is, and they're going to go side by side. Calzaretta and Burke down into turn number 1. I tell you what, Brendan, neither one of those drivers want to give it up right now. Those are the 2 leaders in that GTD3 class. They want to get out early and get out quickly because you've got Chris Dooley along with Brenna Ogden in there. That's your top 4 cars in that GTD3 class. So whoever can get that big sweeping right-hander in turn 1 out and open, that's going to be a big chunk of momentum right there.
That was as even as I've seen cars across the start-finish line, Brian, coming up to a race start. It's a huge jump for Tom Burke, and the number 77 takes the early lead away from Mark Calzaretta. I thought with them being even across the start-finish line that would allow Calzaretta on the inside to have the jump through the first couple of corners. That's not the case. Burke, on cold tires, cold brakes, does an excellent job of handling the car and getting that early lead. Be interesting to see if he can keep it. But then Dooley and Ogden in P3 and 4. It looks like Sikowski, that's Ramirez, in the 51. Then Sikowski a little bit further back. They're single file through the first 15 cars or so, but side by side through turn number 7 a little deeper in the field.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you get back to 20th, 25th position, they're all side by side. They're got a big clump of cars. Almost look like you're going down 43 here during in a traffic jam here on a regular Friday. One car going a little bit wide. Here's the carousel that we talked about, but you're right. Tom Burke getting way out in front of Mark Calzaretta, and I think Calzaretta had to really defend early on with Chris Dooley along with Brenna Ogden getting that run right off the start there. So again, Tom Burke putting that pedal down, really getting the max. You can see right now open up by about 10 to 15 car lengths over Calzaretta, and Calzaretta's been pretty quick here all weekend long.
It's really impressive to see the margin that Calzaretta has put on the battle for third, where we've got a little bit of a cork in the bottle situation developing there with the Dooley, Ogden, Sikowski, Ramirez et al. Battle as they head underneath the Fly GRB banner into the final corner for the first time at speed. Even more impressive is that margin that Tom Burke has put on Calzaretta. So we've kind of got these levels of just really, really impressive driving on lap number 1 as the field completes that first lap. We'll wait for an update on timing, which appears to have hung for me.
Yeah, I was going to say mine looks like it's frozen. So
yeah.
we're going to wing it here with timing and scoring. But trust me, when we say Tom Burke, and now it looks like you've got Ogden maybe looking to make a move there, going down into turn number 1. She's got a great run up the hill and over the top. So we'll see if she's able to make that stick when we get down into turn number 3 here. Looks like she's going to be able to make that pass over Chris Dooley. So it looks like Brenna Ogden is going to move up into 3rd place and 3rd in GTD3, sorry.
Yeah, these Caymans at the front of the field here, Brian. Really cool to see what is functionally a spec class. Different model years of those GT4 and GT4 RS club sports. But, yeah, really, really good to see what looks like, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them before you get back to car after Brendan Kazmarek's heart here. Ooh, yeah, sideways on the curve for one of the Caymans.
Yeah, it looks like going a little bit wide, trying to really open up that corner as best as they can, and ended up not being able to do it. Got that right rear on the rumble strips right there, and that just kind of upset that car ever so slightly. And when it did, that ended up taking that car a little bit wide there. So that's going to give up some traction, but it's also going to give up some momentum going up that hill.
If you're following along, the timing pylon on the left side of the screen, much like our screens here on Race Monitor at the moment, is not useful. That's just an entry list of the cars. The timer in the upper left should be correct. However, 4 minutes gone, 26 minutes remaining. I would suspect, Brian, that with some of the potential fuel issues or range issues we saw in that first race are probably not likely to apply here. These GT4 and GT4 RS Caymans should be well capable of going up towards the hour mark at the very least. There should be no issues.
Yeah.
Move up the inside on the way into Canada Corner. This placing that number 262. There's that cork in the bottle we were talking about. Burke comes across the line in the 77 up the top of the hill, then Calzaretta, and then what we think is Brad.
Well, that is actually Dooley in the 751.
Sorry, okay.
So.
And then Ogden is now kind of creating that train behind her in the battle for 4th.
And if you remember early on in the year,
Ramirez, sorry, Brian. Ramirez shows the nose on the brakes into 1. Ogden goes vaguely defensive there, right in the middle of the road, and it's going to compromise her exit, I think, just enough. We'll wait to see them reappear here at the exit of turn number 3. Is Ogden able to hold on? Yes, she was. Sorry, Brian, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I think Ogden and Ramirez, they're kind of teammates, right? They're out of the same stable there. So, again, remember, Brenna had that hard impact incident at Road Atlanta earlier on in the year. So this is a completely different car, I believe, than what she had at the beginning of the year. Again, so probably just really continuing through the season, really trying to get used to that car, because I think they had that car, the one that unfortunately was involved in that incident for a long time, that she was pretty much used to. So we'll have to see whether or not she's going to be able to do it. There she is right there. She's going to hold off Ramirez in the number 51 as they go through.
Yeah, I think that's Sikowski still in that number 4 directly behind them. Way out over that unpainted exit curb there at turn number 8. You can get away with that. It's very, very aggressively serrated, and it will kick in the TC pretty aggressively on these cars a lot of times. But good to open up the radius of that corner, and if you can get the car pulled back to the left underneath the bridge formerly known as Speedville, you can set yourself up for the carousel there pretty well. You talk about throttle modulation a lot, Brian. Kind of balancing the car on the TC through that first part of the carousel until you can really start to open it up and let the car track out to driver's left. After, what's about 200 degrees of rotation up there at turns 9 and 10.
Yeah. One of the battles, and again, we're still waiting for our timing and scoring to pop back up, but one of the battles that we should be seeing in here, and we'll keep an eye on the screen, we'll keep an eye on the cameras, is that GTB1 class, I believe. That's the one that I was talking about pretty much all weekend long. Was pretty excited to see where we ended up having our top 4 cars were all within less than a second, almost 0.7 of a second of each other. During the qualifying and in our practices that we've had. So there goes Ed Dunn there. I'm not sure. Again, it's going to be kind of hard to tell if Ed Dunn is the leader, but I believe we had one other car a little bit further up than him.
Yeah, it was Angus Rogers in the number 9 was the class pole sitter. Started on the inside of row number 7, and I think Angus has been able to hang on to that.
I think so.
Yeah, if you didn't see the 9 come through after you saw Ed flash through start finish here, I'd say that's probably the case. The question would be whether or not Kevin Sear in the number 194 and Jeff Kleben in the 522 have been able to do anything with that 98 of Ed Dunn. I don't believe that they did. I actually think we just caught him at the back of the shot there.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit further back. I mean, Ed Dunn, you'll be able to see when he comes through because he's got the big orange numbers on the side. But I think that Kevin's here. There's Dunn right there.
I think that's Kleben in the 522.
I think Kleben is right there as well.
And then Sear in the blue and
yep, that's
blue
the blue.
And black.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And then Francis Florido just a couple car lengths back from that. So again, another battle there that's really gonna really transpire through this 30-minute race. So again, it's going to be where we need to. We'll pick that up, but like I said, it's really where we need to focus here right now because those cars all evenly matched. There goes Dunn right now through the carousel. Here comes Florido right here coming through, so a little bit further back. That's probably sitting there in about 4th or 5th. I believe we ended up with the, as Brendan was talking about, you had the 9 in there in the lead of that of Angus Rogers. So we'll pick them up again. There's Florido there coming through the kink a little bit further up. So those guys really starting to, really close down, as this race goes through for this Blue Sprint group. This is where this, group really tends to pick the pace up a little bit after several laps as they come through. So we'll keep an eye on those. I really want to pick up where Angus Rogers is. I'll keep an eye on the start-finish line to see where Angus Rogers goes by compared to Ed Dunn. in that group. There goes Angus Rogers, and Ed Dunn is within 2 car lengths now as they head down into turn 1. You've got the black number 9 along with the black number 98. They're at the back end right here in this shot. So Angus Rogers right now looks like he is the leader of our GTB1, but Ed Dunn starting to make a move. As we said, Ed Dunn's been pretty quick through here all weekend long, picking it up and in that GT1 battle. So as they head down into turn number 3 right now, Ed Dunn really starting to pick up the pace. We'll keep an eye on that as they go down through there. But again, there are a couple other cars. Ryan Straczynski in that GTD2 car, he's a little bit further back from, from the battle we were talking about with Brenna Ogden earlier on. So,
If you're, just a public service announcement here, if you are looking for live timing data, it is available still over on Speed Hive. It's a little less functional than Race Monitor, and unfortunately, our timing system doesn't interface with it. So we're down on the pylon there on the left-hand side, 10 minutes into this one, but based on Speed Hive, we can confirm it's Burke from Calzaretta. He doesn't have classes here, which is a decision.
Going to be tough to do.
That's a decision. Dually, then Ogden and Ramirez is your GTD3 class right at the front. Brad Weber has jumped Sikowski in that number 4 as well. So it's all GTD3 at the very front. Nicholas Giger in second place in GTD2. Those cars should be nose to tail here, 4 and 11. We can pick them up. That'll be the GTD2 class lead. Should be down around turn 13 or 14, I think, producer Jordan. I can tell you they're Caymans.
wait
till they cross the line here. There goes Weber, there's Sikowski, and then that number 11. So they're actually just across start finish. It's white with the black hood, and then there's 747. There's Sikowski now, middle of your screen, and Giger behind. So that's your GTD2 lead battle.
Tell you what, Brendan, why don't we do this? While we're trying to get all that back up, let's go ahead. We'll make a call for our next group. First call for our next group, and then we'll go ahead and take a break. Thanks some partners and sponsors. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call, red sprint race number 2. Red sprint race group number 2. First call to the grid. So let's go ahead and take a quick break here. Thanks to partners and sponsors. You're watching the 2025 Road America Challenge from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We'll be right back.
LN Engineering is a proud sponsor of the Porsche Club of America and this year's track race, the Road America Challenge. Whether you have an old air-cooled Porsche or a modern water-cooled one, LN Engineering has performance and reliability upgrades for all models. Be sure to use coupon code TRAC on lnengineering.com to save 20% at checkout while shopping for your favorite brands.
Kansas City region is excited to host their second annual club race in the rolling hills of the Ozarks. The 2025 Race the Roller Coaster Club Race will be held on September 27th and 28th at Ozark International Raceway. The challenging 3.97-mile, 19-quarter course has almost 1,500 feet of combined elevation change per lap. The track is in Gravois Mills, Missouri, a few hours from Kansas City. There will be 3 sprint races, one on Saturday, followed by a happy hour with drinks and refreshments, and 2 on Sunday. Both days will have charity parade laps during lunch and give friends and family a taste of the roller coaster. The points races at this club race will earn points towards the 2025 Mid-America Series as well as the 2025 PCA National Championship Point Series. Register at clubregistration.net. The last PCA East Coast race of the season is at Carolina Motorsports Park, October 17th through 19th. The Carolinas Challenge is held at the 2.3-mile road course that's about an hour south of Charlotte. The event will feature the vintage class runoffs, 3 sprint races, and a 65-minute endurance race on Sunday. Wind down after Friday's practice with a social presented by Narrow Escape Motorsports, and after Saturday's sprint races, enjoy the award ceremony in full Southern hospitality with music and barbecue. Visit clubregistration.net to sign up.
Welcome back to the 2025 Road America Challenge. I am Brendan Otte along with Brendan Kazmarek bringing you our racing here action this weekend. And Brendan, we were just kind of taking a look here as we went to break in watching our monitors where we were trying to pick up that Ed Dunn battle with Angus Rogers. They were battling with Mark Hausman there in that 05 machine as well. So
yeah, all kinds of things happening down there in the GTB1 battle. We finally got eyes on it now that we've got live timing back, and we can speak to it a little bit more intelligently. It is a nose-to-tail battle for the class lead. The car 05 ahead of them is that Mark Hausman entry. Not a class battle, but it leads this pack of 3 entering your shot now to the apex of turn number 5. Then it's Angus Rogers, the all-black car in the middle, number 9, and then the 98 of Ed Dunn. Dunn sets a 2:22.982 as the best lap. Quicker than Angus Rogers in theory, but at this stage in the race, halfway down, or halfway through the race, 6 laps on the tires, the balance of the car begins to change as the fuel burns off a little bit here. It looks like Rogers is still at least consistently able to outpace that number 98 of Ed Dunn. Dunn using all the road on the exit of 8.
Yeah, you want to talk about using as much of that turn as you can. That was definitely as much as you could without going in that grass spot there.
Yeah. So when we picked this battle up here, Brian, a couple of moments ago, just before we went to that ad break, we were expecting to see the 522 of Jeff Kleben in this battle as well, right up onto the back of Ed Dunn. Literally, as they came back around to start finish on that same lap, Kleben tumbled down the order. 2:43.4 was the last lap, so he will have had an off somewhere around this 4-mile layout. Did we see an off on camera about a minute?
Well, we saw a car coming out of turn number 3, heading down underneath that Sargento bridge that may have gone off and got maybe 2 or maybe 4 wheels off to driver's left. That may have been where he is, where he was, and so I think that's where it ended up causing some time.
It's cost him a couple of spots in the overall at the very least. Looks like he's dropped behind Martirana and Florido as well, both of whom are in. Oh, man.
Looks like we've got a lot of debris sitting there, and a couple of these cars are hitting it down into turn number 1. It looks like it may be portions of the front splitter there. You can see Ed Dunn going by it right now, just off to the right-hand side. There's a couple other pieces a little bit further up as well. So
yeah, it was a front splitter. It is now front splitters.
Yeah, I was
splitter been split on the way down into turn number 1 there.
Yeah, it was definitely somebody's car. We'll have to see. We'll have to figure out when they come back by who's missing a splitter or who's missing some damage on the front end.
The 194 came by with the front end riding a little higher in the air than I remembered, but it's difficult to tell without having video evidence. But that does seem to be a candidate. That's Kevin Sear. Lap time just set a personal best. So either he's shed some drag off the front of that car or it wasn't him. A little bit of separation now here in the lead battle for GTB1. Yeah. I think Jordan's specifically just showing me that 996 Cup of Larry Viner. Just
so that you can continue to keep looking at it, because that car is such a beautiful machine right there.
His bonus this weekend is based on how much he shows the 996. It's good stuff.
Yep.
And that 262 just ahead of Scott Nays in the number 10. Nays has dropped off the back of the GTD2 lead battle that at the moment still features that 4 and 11. The numbers 4 and 11 of Ryan Sikowski and Nicholas. We think it's now Giguère.
Yeah. Oh, we got one car coming off of turn 5 there, the green and black machine. I'm not sure if that was a Cayman or not. It may have been somebody in, I believe, I'm not sure if that was John Miller or not.
Yeah.
In that 914 or 941 machine there. So we'll have to look. But again, 19 minutes in. Tell you what, Brendan, let's go ahead and make a second call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Second call for Red Sprint Race number 2. Second call, Red Sprint Race number 2 to the grid, please. Yeah, we'll try to figure out what number that was that came through. We'll be able to look out here out the window and see maybe they drive up there, but they were definitely going through that cutout there. And you can do that through here in this racetrack down at the bottom of hill, turn 5. You can take that cutout, work your way back up, and then work your way back up into the paddock.
Yeah, John Miller's that only car listed there as a DNF. I'd be surprised if he was already listed, but that information does get relayed from the station. There's a station of stewards actually just behind that cut at turn 5, Brian, underneath an easy up there. That information may have been relayed up to timing already. A little bit of lap traffic there on the way into turn number 5. That's is that Scott Nays in the 10? Yes, because he's dispatched Alan Viner in that 262. So that's a change for overall position. And Nays can now set after the car ahead in class, which is going to be that number 11 of Nicholas Giguere. It's a long way up to the. Actually, it's Corey Lipka, isn't it? Lipka's jumped Scott Nays.
Yeah, when we look, Corey Lipka in that 40 machine has definitely jumped past Scott Nays in that number 10. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. But yeah, that's definitely when you look at the times, that's Corey Lipka was about half a second faster than Scott Nays last time by. There goes Ramirez right there, just now passing the start-finish line. We should be seeing Brenna Ogden in the 141. She's got a pretty good battle with Brad Weber on her hands right now as they head down in turn 1. Yeah,
Ogden, after kind of being the leader of the train here, finally had to yield to Ray Ramirez in the black and orange number 51. Brad Weber's immediately caught the back of Ogden and makes it a battle of 2 now. I do want to go back to the GTB1 battle. We saw it on screen just a moment ago. Angus Rogers in the number 9 got held up pretty badly down at the kink by a what I believe is a lap car anyway, and it allowed Ed Dunn in the 98 to get a big run through the fastest corner on the track. There they come up the front straightaway headed towards turn number 1. It's still about 7 or 8 car lengths to choose between them. They are into the braking zone now. There's Rogers with the red headlight covers, Dunn with the orange headlight covers to begin their lap number 10. Good lap from Dunn last time, but again, I think that's likely just down to that traffic. Rogers being held up at the kink. Yeah, just not being able, to get through there at the right time. You have to back up. Man, we've talked about this. That is the kind of the fastest corner here on the racetrack. And if you don't hit that right, or you get stuck behind somebody, or get stuck trying to make that pass somebody, that will slow you down all the way down into Canada Corner, which really isn't ideal. I've learned how to use the Speed Hive app, Brian. There you go. I've been able to add classes, or sort by classes at the very least. So we'll do a quick rundown here. 7 minutes left on the clock. Just knock out the classes we haven't been able to identify earlier. GT3 is Charles Liu ahead of Steve Garrison. Not sure what the exact gap is there, but it's showing a lap at the moment. 29.8 seconds. Just refreshes as I look down at the screen. So good run from Charles Liu in that 079. GT4 led by Frank Powell ahead of Pavel Puhalski in the number 241 and Patrick Perrinet. So we've got 2 sets of alliteration there at the back end of GT4. But Frank Powell is well out in front of those 4 Ps, we'll call them. GTB1, as we said, Angus Rogers from Ed Dunn by 1.2 seconds. Russell Martirana and Francis Florido in a battle of their own for the final step on the GTB1 podium. Tom Palladino rounds out the top 5. Then it's Michael Stewart, Kevin Sear, who's fallen back a touch. Jeff Kleben, who again has lost time. Another long lap from Kleben. The last time, 2:44.1. And now just about shotgun on that GTB1 field. Tim O'Meara sits P9 at the moment. GTC3 is Alan Viner in that 262, the 996 Cup. GTD1, Mark Hausman from Jeff Robbins, 17 seconds in hand there. GTD2 is Siekowski from Giguere, from Cook, Libka, and Nace. Your top 5, those are the only 5 runners in that class. And then GTD3, Burke, Calzaretta, Dooley, Ramirez, and Ogden, who is defending for all she's worth from Brad Weber in that number 747, still hanging on to that top 5 ahead of Larry Wexler back in P7. Class H is Richard Eggleston, 1.7 ahead of Rick Fisher. And then I-Class, the only car left running at the moment is Kurt Conrath with that DNF from the 941 of John Miller.
I tell you what, if we can, let's try to find the Ryan Sikowski and the Nicholas Guerriere. Last time they went by the start-finish line, it was only 0.6 of a second, but they were coming up on some of the other cars. They're probably right now maybe going through either the kink or down by Canada Corner. Ryan Sikowski is going to be the white number 4. It's got a little bit of a gold on it. And then you have, and I believe that may be them right there, and the Nicholas Guerriere.
That's
again,
Ogden.
That's Ogden
And Weber.
Yeah.
So it'll be a little bit further back from here.
Yeah, or actually maybe even a little bit further back.
There they are.
Right there.
Yep.
Guerriere is kind of cut that down a little bit last time by. Sikowski had gone a little bit further. A little bit faster with that 219. Earlier, but then the 221 last time by picked up 0.6 of a second. So I think Guerriere may have been in the lead there before that number 4 of Ryan there may have gone by him.
A tough day for Jeff Cleveland finally comes to an end here, and the number 522 pulls that car into the pit lane, and they look at the front left of that entry. I do suspect he's been battling something through the second half of this race. It's been a tough one. I'm a little intrigued by this Brianna Ogden car, the number 141, that is leading around Brad Weber. Brianna started really strong and had a great qualifying yesterday that put her up into the top 3, and then just side by side into 1.
Yeah, that's for GTD2 right there going down there. So that is the battle with Ryan Sikowski and Nicholas Guerriere in that number 11 machine. So they were side by side. Here they come right now. They're going to come up on one of these slower cars, Brendan. And I tell you what, that car's going to have to make a move, or they're going to make that move over to driver's right the minute they catch them. That may be the 241 machine just in front of them.
Oh, it's a good run for Giguere out of turn number 3 there, down this long back straightaway through the Marine Sweep under the Sargento Bridge. They'll crest the hill here on the other side. They both go to the inside of that 911, orange-colored, very Jägermeister looking with that car. Actually, I think it's got a Jägermeister logo.
I was going to say, it's got the logo on
Yes,
the
it does.
side.
Very good. Okay, so this is your GTD2 lead battle here. Sikowski is going to yield to the number 11 of Giguere as they come through turn number 6 under that Corvette bridge. That is a change for your GTD2 class lead with something like a lap and a half remaining here at Road America.
Yeah, I tell you what, 27 minutes into this race here, it's going to have to be now or never as our 261 machine there. I believe that is going to be the our 241. Sorry, Paul Pukowski. That kind of went wide there. I think that kind of was trying to do a little bit of two things there: stay out of their way, and get through the corner as quickly as possible as well. But if they come through the kink right here again, that is Tarkovsky and the number 11 Nicholas Guerriere, and you said it, Nicholas Guerriere is going to be in front.
And wait to get confirmation. Oh, well, just the camera hangs there as they head into turn number 12. Already gapped that 911 substantially.
Yeah, they have taken off from him quite a bit here. As we watch them come up the hill, there you go. There's Guerriere in the number 11. Does open it up just a little bit, but when they get down under braking, that's when Ryan in that 4 machine is able to pull back up as they come up under the NTTA data bridge. The screaming Sicilian on the one side there for the pit lane. I guess if you're going through there, you're going to be a screaming Sicilian if you have to go through there before the race is over.
Oh, car off there at the in the bottom left. I was going to make a joke, say Ryan Sikowski might be the screaming Silesian.
Yeah.
But I don't know how many Polish geopolitical jokes are going to land in this environment. Anyway, we got confirmation there as they come across the line. Giguere leads Sikowski in the GTD2 lead battle long off and on there out of turn 14. No harm, no foul. And we can resume this battle here down the what is nominally the back straightaway. Anyway, it's not really halfway through the lap, but this long run down and into turn number 5. I have a suspicion that Giguere is going to be able to hang on to this one here if he doesn't make any mistakes. But it means you've got to be precise, hit all your braking points, hit all your apexes. These GT4 cars are reasonably comfortable to handle, but you still have to hit your marks. It's not like there's a ton of overhead on the braking or on the apex speed or on the turn-in point. It really does still demand that precision in order to drive these cars quickly. And so far, Jaguar looks like he's getting the better of Sikowski, who goes a little deep into turn number 8.
It looks like our overall leader here, as you were taking that, Tom Burke in that 77 machine over Mark Calzaretta, they are getting the one to go. So when Guerre and Sikowski come up, it's going to be one lap to go that they're going to have to get this settled in that GTD 2 class.
You're a little bit further back, just looking through some of the classes we haven't touched on in a little bit here. It's still Rogers from Dunn in GTB 1, 9 from 98. They'll be beginning their, as we hit zeros on the clock now, beginning the final lap here shortly. This is that battle. They go up to the inside. I'm sorry, it's not that battle. That is, oh boy, we got to pick out numbers here.
Got to pick out the numbers because everything is a white Porsche in this group here, right? So everybody's got all these white cars. So we'll pick them up. And again, it's very hard to tell now that we've had to switch timing and scoring over to another app. So it makes it a little bit. There goes Guerre. There goes Sikowski in the 4. So again, they're working their last lap. They're going to have to do it. But you talked about that GTB1 with Angus Rogers and Ed Dunn. Ed Dunn's fallen 6.5 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Back.
Yeah.
So that has really opened up. So really trying to go. And then you got to go back a little bit for Russell Mortarama in the 726. Now, that's about 0.5 of a second for that last spot on the podium in that group there with Francis Florido and Russell Mortarana as they come back, and they will have one lap to go here as well. So it could be a battle for the last podium spot in GTB1.
Starters got the single lap to go signal out over the far side of the TireRack.com sponsored gantry here at the start-finish line. Checkered flag is in the other hand, awaiting the arrival of the 77 of Tom Burke.
Yeah, that's going to be the green and white number 77. He's probably already in the backside of this racetrack. Could be coming down through the kink now. There goes that battle for the last podium spot going down into turn 1. We'll try to look to see where Tom Burke is. We'll pick him up to get the start finish.
Sorry, I think is that Ogden giving up a spot to Weber in the 7th?
Well, Ogden would be giving a spot up to Ray Ramirez the lap before, so she's right on the back of that red number as our overall leader. Actually, it is Mark Calzaretta that is going to pass Tom Burke. So we have to take a look and see where Burke went, but Mark Calzaretta just came across the start-finish line and picked up the win overall right there, along with in class.
You're absolutely right, Brian. That's Ogden has caught the back of Ramirez and gapped the 747 to Brad Weber. So what has happened here at the front of GTD3? Ogden very nearly takes up a couple of positions there. Burke falls down the order, so it's Calzaretta from Dooley. Then that Ramirez-Ogden-Weber battle became, at the very end of the race here, Brian, became the battle for the final step on the podium.
Yeah, and I do not see Tom Burke on pit road anywhere, so I didn't believe he came in a lap earlier. I'm wondering if he went down, through that short cutout there through turn 5 on that last lap, because he is definitely falling all the way back right now, sitting in 8th. So I don't see him anywhere on any of the cameras. So we'll have to take a look at that. He still has yet, I believe, to cross the start-finish line, falling even further. So he's definitely out there somewhere out of our camera range. So Tom Burke having a very dismal last lap here.
Brian, it's the same as the last race. Everything seems stable and very predictable here right up until the end. And then for some reason, on the final lap, we get these massive swings and results that kind of turn the race turns these races on their head. Wild stuff there in GTD3. GTD2 looks like it's going to end the way that it was. And then we go back to that GTB1 battle where I think, no chaos there in GTB1. It's Angus Rogers from Ed Dunn then Martirana, Florido, and Palladino.
Yeah.
So I think we've had just about everybody take.
I think we've got a last go. There goes Florido there. So that should be kind of a little bit further back.
White flag is up at start to go with the checkered, which means they're dispatching safety vehicles from here on the front straight to go recover somebody from trackside.
Yeah.
And Brian, they're picking debris up, says producer Jordan. That makes sense. I was going to say you could put 2 and 2 together and maybe make 5 and just say, maybe we need to go find Ed Dunn out there. I'm not sorry, not Ed Dunn. We need to go find
Tom Burke.
Tom Burke out there somewhere.
Tom Burke somewhere out there. But
yeah, no eyes on that 77. I think you may be right, Brian. Maybe that car took the shortcut there at turn number 5 and called it a day.
Yeah.
Very, very odd end to this one, but his loss is Mark Calzaretti's gain in that number 17.
Mm-hmm. Tell you what, let's go ahead and let's give a full field rundown here. We'll give it by class now that we're able to separate this out, and then we'll take a quick break before we come back for our red group. So we'll run down here. GT3, Charles Liu in the number 79 is going to pick up the win over the 427 of Steve Garrison. In GT4, Frank Powell's going to pick up the win over Paul Ponchansky in that 241. Patrick Pernay is going to finish third. In GTB1, we kind of followed this pretty much all the way around. The 9 of Angus Rogers is going to pick up the win by about 10 seconds over the 98 of Ed Dunn. And then Francis Florido ends up making the pass on that last lap over Russell Martirama in that 726, going to pick up that last podium spot. When we look at GTC3, the only driver there, Alan Wiener, in there, and you can see on your screen right now, there is Tom Burke getting a little bit of a help to get back to pit road. In GTD1, Mark Hausman's going to pick that win up over Jeff Robbins in the 444. In GTD2, Nicholas Guerre is going to pick up the win over the 4 of Ryan Stakowski. And then Corey Lipka is going to come into third, going to get past Scott Nays, so finishing the last podium spot there. In GTD3, we talked about this. Mark Calzaretta is going to pick up the win over Chris Cooley in that 751 machine, with Ray Ramirez in the 51 going to take that last podium spot over Brenna Ogden in the 141, who will finish fourth. In H-Class, Rick Fisher is going to pick up the win there in 163 over Richard Eggleston in the 515. In the I-Class, we had Kurt Conrath in the 518 over John Miller. John Miller did not finish this race, retired with six laps into the race. So that's going to wrap up our blue group here for their second race of the weekend. They'll come back later on for their third race. So why don't we go ahead and we're going to take a break. You're watching the 2025 Road America Challenge from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We'll be right back.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit hankookmotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget, and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
We're not just a one-off experience, we're a call to freedom. We're a place in people's minds where everyone can unleash their wild side with a passport to a world of possibilities, a spirit that breaks all the rules, uniting the famously bold and spirited essence of tequila from Mexico with the much-loved richness of peanut butter. Manibal is the bold embodiment of the party animal within us all. Here is where the ethics starts. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at manibaltequila.com.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
Welcome back to the 2025 Road America Challenge here from Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. I'm Brian Donati along with Brendan Kazmarek. And Brendan, we're just going to roll right along here. We're going to throw the red group out again. We look, if you're looking, real quick, a quick announcement. If you're looking for timing and scoring, you're not going to find it on Race Monitor. Right now, it seems Race Monitor itself may be down. We've been looking at that. Across the board, it seems like every other event going on that runs through that channel seems to be down as well. So they will, hopefully they can get that picked up. If you're looking for an app to try to find live timing and scoring, you can look on the Speed Hive app. That's what we're using right now. We're making the best of what we've got. But our red group is getting ready to come out on the track. And Brendan, tell you what, this is going to be the fastest group right here of the weekend. This is kind of the big ones right here, right? This is the ones where most of these cars have either been in professional racing, and some of these drivers have got a lot of professional racing experience as well. So,
yeah, Porsche Motorsport is many things, Brian, but when I think about Porsche Motorsport, this is the kind of stuff I think about. Your Cup cars, your GT3Rs, those FIA GT3 spec cars, the Cup cars of many, many vintages, all the way down from 997 through the 991s, 1.1.2. Up to the newest spec, or current newest spec anyway, with those 992 Cup cars. Awesome, awesome cars. Even a few, I think there's a couple of GT3 RSRs out there from the 997 vintage as well, which is really, really cool stuff. Anyway, let's get to our starting grid. This is our last points race, number 1 of the weekend. This group of 3 will go into sprint race number 2, points race number 2 anyway, this afternoon. This race for the red group presented by Demon Speed Motorsports. Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most all Porsche models. RacingTireWarmers.com offers tire warmers custom fit to your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at DemonSpeedMotorsports.com. To the starting grid we go, Mr. Donati. It is a GT3A pole sitter, Bob Mueller, in the number 28 Manibal Tequila sponsored Porsche 911 GT3R. It's a 991 spec car on the inside of the front row alongside GTA 4 pole sitter Rene Robichaud in the number 91. Corey Friedman in the number 014 will start P3 alongside Jeff Isringhausen, in the number 81 GTC 7 entry. That's Jeff Isringhausen Jr. John Getz in the number 57 on row number 3 alongside Philip Leha in the number 3. It's GTC 8 and GTC 7 respectively. Row number 4, GTC 8 entry of Griffin Fuji, who was a part of a great race yesterday afternoon for our non-points race in the number 270 to start alongside Andres Leon in the number 191. Row number 5 is Kevin Roush alongside Robert Wisen in the number 127. Row number 6 will be Troy Peterson alongside Jeff Isringhausen in the number 159. That will be the senior Jeffrey Isringhausen. Greg Asikoff in the number 71 on the inside of row 7 alongside Russell Farhang in the 412. Row number 8 will be Cliff Kayer and Nick Plasenik, starting P16. William Oliver in the number 58 P17 alongside the 999 of Rick Stafford on the outside of row number 9. Row 10 will be Joseph Viola and Woody Witchard in the number 212. We'll throw one more in there for good measure. It's a GTA 4 car of Wayne Ducote in the number 80, alongside Tom Rogers, the GT2 pole sitter in the number 44.
As I get ready to climb the hill right here, we're going to look for Bob Mueller, Rene Robichaux. They're going to get the green flag, and we are underway here for our red sprint group, Brendan. And I tell you what, Bob Mueller didn't get the jump that I think that he wanted to. Rene Robichaux in that 91 machine, he's going to take them down and almost go 2 wide. Now they're going to start to fan out a little 3 wide there. We've been talking about this. You've got to get single file as quickly as you can as they go through down there into turn number 1. But it looks like everybody was still on a pace lap there.
Yeah, whether you like it or not, there are a lot of times you run out wide over the exit curb there at turn number 1 on the opening lap, and you've got to pull hard to driver's right to get yourself back before the road narrows over the crossover bridge, headed down the hill at what is nominally turn number 2. I think you're right, Brian. I think it's going to be Bob Mueller ahead of Rene Robichaux. There was a chance for Robichaux to get the race lead on the outside of turn number 1, just like we saw in the last group, where the outside pole sitter was able to get out in front. That doesn't look like it's been the case this time, and Bob Mueller in that black, gold, and white 991 is going to lead and stretch the margin here. 10-plus car lengths as they head through turn number 7 for the first time.
Yeah, and again, 2 drivers right there in 2 different classes. Bob Mueller in that GTA 3 class, Rene Robichaux in that GTA 4 class, and then a little bit further back, you have the number, let's see here, that's Corey Freeman, as well as Jeffrey Isringhausen along with Philip Leja. I tell you what, they got single file pretty quickly, and that able to help them close the gap there on Rene Robichaux. But now Robichaux starts to stretch that out a little bit over Corey Freeman in that 014 right there. And then a little bit further back, that's the 81 of Jeffrey Isringhausen Jr. Along with the 3. I mentioned this earlier yesterday, and I'll mention it again. Good to see John Getz back in this number 57 machine after having that unfortunate incident at Watkins Glen. So good to see him back here and racing in this car.
Cold tires and brakes on lap number 1 here, Brian. It's always tricky unless you're in that front car of Bob Mueller. That number 28 is an FIA GT3 spec car. ABS and TC not just allowed, but essential to the way those cars race. I think we've got a GT3 car behind as well for Rene Robichaux in that number 91. It looks like a 992 GT3R. Then Friedman in the first of the Porsche Cup cars. So a little trickier if you're in one of those Cup cars. Remember, they're not as, let's say, too tricked out, if you like, with the electronic driver's aids. Takes a little bit more discretion on the opening lap in particular as you bring the tires and the brakes up to operating temperatures and pressures.
One of the cars I want to keep an eye on here during this race, Brendan, is that 960 in that GTA 2 class of Kevin Roush. Watching practice and warm up this morning, Kevin Roush came down pit road, got out of the car, really paying attention to the front end, especially that left front, checking those ball joints, checking everything else. It just didn't seem right. He came down and got out of the car. Somebody came over and helped him. I'm not sure if it was a crew member or somebody working pit lane. They tried to look like they wanted to make an adjustment on that car or try to make sure that car was there completely, like nothing was really loose, and then went back. So hopefully the team took a look at that. But we're going to see, as we're going to go 30 minutes here, whether or not that car is going to be able to last if there was a problem from this morning.
I think this yellow car leading the train, just like we had with Brand Ogden in the last session, that Jeffrey Isringhausen Jr., number 81, is becoming the cork in the bottle here. Top 3 have stretched away, and now all over the back of the 81, John Getz, Philip Leja, Kevin Roush, and you go down the order from there, setting up for a really nice battle through the early part of sprint race number 2, our third, kind of, sprint race number 2. Anyway, let's call it points race number 1 for the red group here. GTA, GTC, all mixed in here as well. Bunch of really, really beautiful cars and some really, really tight racing here, even through the mid-pack.
Yeah, Isringhausen Jr. there in that 81. That's him right there. John Getz in that number 57, Philip Leja. And then, again, that's the driver I was talking about, Kevin Roush, along with Griffin Fuji in that number 270, just a little bit further back. Again, a lot of those are intermingled classes here in this group. But they're pretty much evenly matched as they cross the start-finish line and head down into turn number 1, with Isringhausen maybe holding up Getz along with Kevin Roush in that group.
Yeah, Roush, I think, is probably being held up the most here of anybody at the tail end of this pack. Really difficult to make a move in these cars. They're not necessarily evenly built, but when you take into account driver experience, driver confidence in these early stages, you do get a little bit of mixing here of these classes. Kevin Roush at the tail end of that group, really good run up the front straightaway, up over the top of the hill, showed the nose on the number 3 of Philip Leja. Third and fourth cars in that line, headed into turn number 1, but not able to get the move done before they had to jump on the binders and make their way into that first corner.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, as you said, now they come up through turn 6, and it does look like Getz is going to get by Isringhausen Jr. there. So let's see whether or not Getz is going to be able to pull away, because like I said, I think Isringhausen Jr. was holding that group up. You go a little bit further back, that's the Troy Peterson, Robert Wiseman, Greg Esikoff, and then Cliff Kyer in that battle as well. So, again, two really good battles going there in between. Philip Leja in that yellow number 3, kind of sitting there on the island by himself. He's the only one not running with the group, between the group there and then the group behind him. So, again, as you can see here now, coming out of turn number 10 and heading down into the kink, you're starting to see John Getz starting to open that up over Isringhausen. So I think Isringhausen was holding that group up.
Yeah, it's important in the GTC 8 class battle, Brian. John Getz is your class leader in that number 57, beginning to stretch the margin over that next trio of cars or so. That sort of cork in the bottle was actually allowing the number 270 of Griffin Fuji to catch the back of that group. There it is. Roush shows the nose again, but that number 270, that red number 270 at the tail end of the pack there, is battling the car all the way at the front of the group for the GTC 8 class lead. So Getz relieved to get by, I think, Jeff Isringhausen Jr. in that number 81, who himself is going to now have to defend from Philip Leja in the number 3, which is directly behind, and then you get the 960 of Kevin Roush. That is your GTA 2 class leader, by the way. Roush has about 9 seconds in hand over Jeff Isringhausen in the 159. That is the Wachenspiegel liveried ex-Manthey car, just in the back of this pack here.
Yeah, I tell you what, that when this group here went down into turn number 1, we had probably 7 cars under that heavy braking, all really just kind of all over the place, not really sure which angle and which part of the racetrack to take. They had to get single file pretty quickly, because it seemed that between Kyer, Leon Plasenik, and Jeff Isringhausen in that 159, Brendan, they were just kind of all over the place trying to get the maximum they could for that drive off down the hill.
Yeah, we're getting a repeat here of what we saw a little bit further up the field until Getz got Isringhausen. This is sort of repeating itself here with that Troy Peterson in the 272 in the middle, kind of straddling these two groups, and then it's Robert Wiseman, Greg Esikoff, Kyer, Leon Plasenik, and Isringhausen a little bit further down.
Yeah, the battle really here, when you look at all of the groups that are together, the closest battle in class is that GTC 7. That's Jeff Isringhausen Jr. and Philip Leja. So you've got the 81 and the 3. Yeah. The 3 there, I believe that's the yellow or the black machine. He's trying to get up there as well. That's pretty much the battle. All the other class battles have kind of spread out just a little bit early on in this race. But again, we've been saying this kind of in our first 2 groups here. It has definitely changed when we get to the end of a session here, where you could be leading, and then next thing you know, you're not finishing at that point. So it becomes a little bit of a challenge.
Yeah, Isringhausen has actually given up that GTC 7 class lead now to Philip Leja in the number 3. I wonder if Isringhausen there, as he's been defending, just found himself out of rhythm. It doesn't take much at a place like Road America, especially in the middle sector. Oh, we've got a car spun at the exit of the kink. Has he kept it off the wall?
I think he has.
Yes, he has. Oh my goodness.
What a great save right there, coming out of the kink. And again, we've talked about that earlier on. And when you get over into that left to get that spin there, if you can keep that off that wall, that is an amazing save. That is the save of the day. We'll try to get that number on that car. They came through there, but what an amazing save to keep it off of the wall.
Yeah, normally I don't know that I would define a save, Brian, as doing a full 360 and coming to a stop in the middle of the track. But I think any accident you can get away with at the kink, or any spin you can get away with at the kink without hitting anything, is fair enough a save.
Yes.
Yeah, really, really good job there to keep that car out of the wall. Back up to that GTC 7. It's not really a pack anymore, but Jeff Isringhausen Jr. now is kind of holding up Griffin Fuji. It's the last car in line, and I think, at least for the moment, this is going to kind of put to bed any hopes that Griffin had of catching John Getz in the number 57. He scooted away right there through the kink, and it's going to be something like 6 or 7 seconds. Remember, those 992 Cup cars in the GTC 8 class should have, in theory, a fair amount of pace over the GTC 7 cars. But Isringhausen Jr. just fast enough in the right places to be able to hold off that number 270 of Griffin Fuji for the moment.
Yeah, definitely got one heck of a run right there. And a little bit further back here, this is the whole group. There is a Griffin. That's the Jeff Isringhausen Jr. And the Griffin Fuji. And then a little bit further back, this is where we're starting to see that whole entire pack just now coming out of turn number 14 there, Brendan. I tell you what, that's the Troy Peterson, Robert Wisen, Greg Eskikoff, Cliff Kyer, Nick Plasenik, and you even got to throw the 191 in there a little bit further back as well, with Jeff Isringhausen and Joseph Viola in that 62 machine. So again, a couple cars going to go really almost, tried to go 3 wide, tried to look the nose in there to the right. There's Viola. It looks like he wants to try to make a move over the 159, Jeff Isringhausen. Don't think he was going to be able to make that stick as they went down into turn number 1. We'll see them. They come down here into turn number 3. Got the nose. It looks like Isringhausen is going to stay in front of Viola. Again, that's 15th, 16th overall. That is not a battle in class right now. So, again, it's almost to the point where you kind of want to let that driver go here. But, yeah, you don't want to give up that spot.
Let's see if we can pick up the battle for second in GTC 6. Should be the 991.1 Cup entries. Looking for Edward Bowes and Keith Clark in the number 74. They're separated by under a second. And that's all happening behind class leader Eric Meese in the 361.
And looking at the timing, I'm wondering if Edward Bowes in that 25, I wonder if he got around Clark. I think Clark may have been in the second position in that GTC 6 class you were talking about in that number 74 machine. May have gotten held up, coming through there. And I think that may have allowed the 25 Edward Bowes to get in front of him just based off looking at the timing, because Edward Bowes went about 0.4 of a second faster than Keith Clark did that last one, as we have the 80 of Wayne Ducat on pit road. He's been on and off pit road pretty much the entire race here. We'll see whether or not Wayne's going to be able to continue, or does he go down the end and make that right. Back into the paddock again. We looks like may have had some troubles there. We also had yesterday, Brendan, when we were looking at when we kind of went, Gene Audette had a problem yesterday. Didn't even finish a lap in that 144 in that GTA 2 class. That car seems to be fixed right now, sitting in third with only 3 cars in GTA 2. But again, Gene Audette getting that car back out on track today. When we look in battles in class, pretty much your top 2 drivers in each has kind of opened it up, as you talked about in that GTC 6. We'll kind of look, I think Edward Bowes is in a white and red machine there, and then Keith Clark maybe a second back
I just got them here across start finish. I think they're headed down into one now, Brian.
Okay.
Bowes and Clark right at the tail end here. There they are. I think that's them right last in line, 25 and 74. We'll try and pick them up at the Sargento Bridge here, exit at turn number 3. Clark hanging with Bowes here. Again, apologies for the challenges in getting some of these cars identified. We just don't have a good, stable timing source at the moment that shows us classes relative to the overall position. And, just really fighting to identify some of these in the split second we have here at start-finish. Nevertheless, it's a good battle there in GTC 6 for second place in class behind Eric Mees, Bowes, and Clark.
Well,
That's their podium for the moment.
Yeah, Bowes is actually in the Demon Speed green number 52. So green and gray. Yeah, it looks like they've added some white to it now as opposed to the picture that he posted in our driver's bio. Again, if you haven't posted into the driver's bio, this is a good way that we're able to look it up when we do have these timing and scoring issues throughout. We're able to take those bios and we're able to look them up. So again, if you haven't, put them in there through that. So Brendan, I'll tell you what, why don't we do this? Why don't we go ahead and we'll take our quick break in this race. We'll come back, we'll pick up the last half of this race with about 15 and a half minutes left to go. You're watching the 2025 Road America Challenge from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We'll be right back.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kukasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seat or radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience, both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Welcome back to the 2025 Road America Challenge. I am Brian Donati along with Brendan Kazmarek, and I tell you what, we were sitting here watching during the quick break. We're watching some of these group battles, and the closest battle right now is in that GTC 7, and that's for the last podium spot between the yellow and white and black 127 of Robert Wisen and the red and white 08 of Cliff Kyer. I tell you what, Brendan, they were kind of going down into turn 1 when they came up out of turn 14 and came up over the hill, and they got down into turn 1. It looks like Kyer wanted to make that move, just wasn't able to do it there, and then just able to get back underneath Robert Wisen, but Wisen's going to hold him off right there going in when you look at it there. So again, with about 11 minutes left to go, kind of in this race here. Actually, I take that back. It's almost about 11 minutes left to go in this race. He's going to have to make that move if he wants to pick up that last podium spot in that GTC 7.
Have we done a rundown yet this race, Brian?
Well, we started to, but I tell you what, I can go ahead and do that right now since we'll give you some of the groups. So in GT1, the 7 of Steve Parker is leading Keith Erickson in that 271. Only 2 cars in that class. In GT2, Tom Rogers in the 44 is leading the 49 there of Greg Herback, and then the 711 of Dave Bradshaw. In GTA2, Kevin Roush, we talked about him a little bit earlier on in that 960. He's got about a 20-second lead over the 159 of Jeff Isringhausen, and then Gene Audette is going to be in that 3rd position. In GTA 3, and your overall leader, that's the 28 of Bob Mueller, leading the 014 of Corey Friedman, who is leading the 71 of Greg Esikoff. Only 3 cars in that group. In GTA 4, Rene Robichaux is leading the 191 of Andres Lyon, and then the 212 of Woody Witchard, who had a good battle yesterday afternoon with one of the other cars as well. In GTC 6, the 361 of Eric Mees is leading Keith Clark, and then Edward Baus is in that 25 in the 3rd position. In GTC 7, Philip Leja is leading Jeffrey Isringhausen Jr., and then we pick up where we were talking about the 127 of Robert Wise and Cliff Kayer. And when GTC 8, John Getz is leading Griffin Fuji over Troy Peterson as well. So that's your top 3 in GTC 8.
Finally got the onboard there queued up from Bob Mueller. That's your overall race leader and your GTA 3 race leader. Coming up to complete another lap here. Good time to talk us through a lap of this 4.048 mile Road America layout here. Brian, we head out of the final corner and climb the hill underneath the new drive-over bridge, brand new for 2025. And the Porsche 911 GT3R Manibal Tequila, peanut butter tequila sponsored FIA GT3 spec car takes us into turn number 1. Top speed here, something like 165 miles an hour before we get on the brakes into the apex in 4th gear. It's a quick old corner, turn number 1. Can't use all the road on the exit this time as we dive underneath a lap car. 3rd gear, much slower here at the bottom of turn number 3, but important to use as much road as you can without clipping the grass there on corner exit curbs here. Very, very aggressive. Even the smaller ones like you have there at the exit of 3. Grab 6th gear through the marine sweep, and just before the car drops off the top of the hill there at turn number 5, on the brakes down into 2nd gear, riding the ABS all the way through that transition, up into 3rd, 4th gear before you cross underneath the Corvette bridge at turn number 6. Set the car back up to the left-hand side. We'll go around the outside of a 991, it looks like, through turn number 7. Grab 4th and 5th gear here before you down the hill again into turn number 8. A quick old corner here. It really kind of opens up on the exit. Plenty of room there to driver's right. As you accelerate up into 4th gear, here's your throttle modulation, Brian, as the camera just hangs for a second. 4th gear all the way through. You wait for that last little apex, if you like, in air quotes, as the curb appears on driver's right. Foot flat to the floor for the run into the kink. A breather of the throttle, it sounds like, for Bob Mueller in the number 28, and you'll grab 6th gear through the left-handers at 11A and 11B through the cellular dead zone on the way into Canada corner. From 6th gear down to 3rd, it looks like. Has come up the other side. It narrows the road on the way through 12 and 13. Back to the left-hand side. Big old apex curb on the left. Big exit curb on the right. Use as much road as you like, but set yourself back up to the left-hand side for turn number 14. Hard on the throttle as early as you can to get that run up this long climb. You're uphill, 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 all the way. Still climbing, still climbing, still climbing. And just now as you clear start-finish, the road levels back out and you set yourself up for another lap of Road America.
Yeah, I tell you what, Brendan, that's a pretty good call. One of the things that it doesn't really tell from the in-car camera, going through there is the elevation changes that you have, especially when you talked about, coming up out of turn 14, really doesn't flatten out till you get to the start-finish line. You're still climbing uphill. When you go down into turn number 5, it's pretty much of a downhill. When you get out of there and make that left, you climb up the hill. That's a pretty steep hill up underneath that Corvette bridge going into turn 6, and then down the hill out of 7 into 8. Right before you make that left-hander. That is a pretty steep downhill. Again, the in-car camera does not show that, doesn't pick that up. Where here's coming out of turn 5, I talk about going up underneath the Corvette bridge. That is more of a hill than you really think it is by looking at the in-car. Coming through 6 again, now getting ready to go to 7. This is where I was picking it up coming down. That elevation, it is a lot steeper than it really does look on camera right there.
Yeah, the road is moving left and right all the time here, too. Yes, you've got these straightaways, and yes, on paper, these are 90-degree corners, but I'll tell you, when you're out there, when you're behind the wheel of whether it's a race car or a street car, it is so much narrower than it looks from trackside, so much faster than it looks from trackside, and the road, you have to be very, very precise at your braking points and your turn-in points in order to make it all work.
Tell you what, let's continue staying on this shot right here if we can, Jordan. That is the battle there between Robert Wisen and Cliff Kyer. That is actually for the last podium spot in that GTC 7. Robert Wisen still holding on to that last spot over Cliff Kyer. And I tell you what, they have been going at it pretty much the entire race. The car right behind them, that is actually going to be Joseph Viola in that 62 machine back there in 13th overall. So again, they're still trying to battle through that position. Again, that's not for a battle in class with Viola. Viola is in the other class, but that battle between Cliff Kyer and Robert Wisen is really starting to take shape. Joseph Viola is in that GTC 8 class, sitting in 4th position behind Troy Peterson in that 272 machine. So again, a little bit further back than I think he wanted to. We've seen Joseph run pretty well here all season long. Just doesn't look like he's having the race that he wanted to right now. So look for Joseph to be a little bit stronger later this afternoon when we come back from our lunch break.
Yeah, I'll tell you, a little bit further down in GTC 8 there, Brian, about half a lap behind your class leader of John Getz. Price Ford and Scoop Heavey are having a right old scrap between them. It's the number 12 and the number 59, and I'm not sure we're going to have enough time to find them before we get to the end of this one with just about 2 or 3 laps to go. But just because it's not for a podium position or anything doesn't mean they're not getting after it here down in the bottom half of GTC 8.
Well, Scoop Heavey is pretty much used to going nose to tail, so he is a retired Navy fighter pilot.
Oh,
so he is used to going
off at the bottom of 14 here. Sorry, Brian. That is not the 960, but it looks decidedly like it from the rear.
We'll have to take a look at that. I'm not sure if that was Kevin.
No,
Kevin
it's not
Roush as well.
It looks very. It's a 71. Car number 71.
Okay.
Scroll through time. It's Greg Asikoff.
Oh.
I think. Oh, no, he was behind in class. It's GTA 3. Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah, Asikoff has moved up. But you talked about.
Anyway, Scoop Heavey.
You talked about Scoop. It's actually pronounced Havey.
Oh, okay.
And the reason why his name is Scoop is because that's his call sign.
I was going to ask.
So, yep, he is a retired Navy fighter pilot. Currently flies a 787 right now. But when he does air shows, he flies a MiG-17 Soviet Cold War fighter jet. So Scoop's used to going fast and used to having those battles. So
I got to go talk
pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, I'm definitely, when we go over there, I am definitely want to talk to Scoop because that is something that I have always been interested in, to talk to those guys. Not something I ever wanted to do growing up as a child, but I tell you what, that is going to be some really good conversation.
I am a fan of many things, including the nickname Scoop. I'm a fan of 787s. I'm a fan of terrible Soviet fighter aircraft. We gotta go have a chat with Scoop sometime. One to go signal is up at start finish here, Brian.
Yep. So Bob Mueller working the final lap of this race right now. So Bob should be kind of down in the middle here, just now coming up out of turn 6. There he is right there, coming through turn number 7 is going to go back down the hill into turn number 8. So Bob Mueller, Rene Robichaux, Corey Friedman, that's your top 3 overall. Then John Getz in that 57 machine, again, sitting in 4th place right now, with Getz leading that GTC 8 class, as you were talking about earlier on, Brendan. Again, a couple good battles here. Again, as we talked about it, not in class, but Mueller's going to have one heck of a battle trying to get through this group here, as we're going to go right through the kink there. We're going to go 3, maybe 4 wide through there. That's a little bit further up, I believe. I think Mueller may be the 3rd car up towards the front there, as he's gotten through some of that battle.
There goes Robichaux. And there is Bob Mueller. So the Manibal Tequila sponsored number 28 heads up through Bill Mitchell Bend for the final time. Last couple of runners still getting the 1 to go signal here at start, but checkered flag is in the right hands of our starter at the top of the hill. And out of 14 for the final time, Brian, comes Bob Mueller.
Yep, get ready. There's the checkered flag for Bob Mueller, which would mean, I believe, he didn't make that pass on. I believe that is the 361 machine there. We'll have to see whether or not he continues on, or does he pull in that car as well. But coming across the line now is going to be the Rene Robichaux in that 91 machine, Corey Freeman in the 014 just now crossing the start-finish line. And then we're waiting for John Getz in that 57, although I do believe he hasn't passed through there yet. So Corey Freeman was the last car to go by. Again, in that 014, John Getz should be the next car in line coming up past the start-finish line, which would be your 4th place overall.
We can begin to work our way through some of the lower or the other classes here and do a quick rundown. I think we've had about half the field come through and take the checkered as it is. Up in GT1, Steve Parker is going to be your only finisher, completing all the laps in that class, the number 7. Keith Erickson is a DNF in the number 271. GT2, Tom Rogers is going to get the class win by just about 5 seconds over Greg Herbeck in the number 49. Dave Bradshaw still yet to come through and take the checkered. It's a good fight from Herbeck in that number 49, just slipping away a touch right at the end in GT2. GTA2, Kevin Roush from Jeff Isringhausen in the number 159. Gene Audette in the number 144. A good run from Roush there, and ultimately early on we saw that separation he was able to get in the front group of, let's say, 3rd on back, ahead of Jeff Isringhausen, that X-Manthai number 159. Roush with the top step of the podium in GTA 2. GTA 3, we already said Bob Mueller from Corey Friedman and Greg Esikoff, 014 and 71, rounding out the podium there. GTA 4, Rene Robichaux, 2nd overall, finishes top of the heap there. Andres Leon in the 191, about 19 seconds ahead of Woody Witchard in the number 212. William Oliver and Phineas Kutlas rounding out the finishers in that class ahead of Wayne Ducote, DNF in the number 80. GTC 6, Eric Meese able to hang on there ahead of Keith Clark, who does end up taking the second spot on the podium from Edward Bowes, who did slip back just at the end. Michael Iapaluccio in the number 006 in P4, less than a second clear of David Farwig in the number 21. So a good scrap right to the end there. David Dunnigan in the number 400 rounds out GTC 6. GTC 7, Philip Leha in the number 3 ahead of Jeff Isringhausen Jr. Robert Wisen in the 127 rounds out the podium. Cliff Kayer, Mark Poling, Jim Durazio, Glenn Spiegler is the finishing group. Nick Plasenik did not end up finishing the race, just 8 laps complete for the number 41. And then down in GTC 8, John Getz, 13 seconds clear of Griffin Fuji in the number 270. Troy Peterson rounds out the podium. And then it's Joseph Viola, Rick Stafford, the cars on the lead lap. Price Ford, Scoop Havey, Russell Farhang, and Eric Buell round out the GTC 8 field.
All right, thank you, Brendan. Well, that's going to wrap up our morning coverage here from Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We're going to take about a 2-hour break right now. We're going to go to lunch. Then we're going to come back with some of our DE driver classes that's going to happen. We will be back on air roughly around 2:45, where we will pick up our second sprint races of the day for our green group. It'll be their second race of the weekend, and the rest of the groups, the blue and the red, they will pick up their third race of the weekend. So we will look forward to seeing you back here around 2:45 Central Time right now. So again, you're watching the 2025 Road America Challenge from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We'll see you shortly.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget, and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your portion today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 Road America Challenge here in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Hope everybody had a fantastic lunch. We're getting ready to go racing once again for our afternoon sessions here, our race number 3 for our red and our blue groups, race number 2 for our green group, which is out on track right now. Scheduled to have about 30 minutes of racing action. Again, this is the second one for them today. Their race number 1, which was the non-points yesterday, ended up getting postponed due to the qualifying incident we had early on yesterday afternoon. So they used their first race as their qualifying session. So we are back getting ready to do race number 2. I am Brian Donati along with Brendan Kazmarek. And Brendan, I tell you what, these drivers here right now, along with Jordan Worth. Sorry, I can't forget Jordan. Wow, that is not. I mean, Jordan's been taking a nap all day, so we got to get him back in the fold. I tell you what, though, Brendan, we had some really good racing in this group. We saw some drivers who started at the very back, move their way up to the front. Now they get that opportunity to start up front.
Yeah, this race 2 grid is going to be set by fastest lap from race 1, such as it was. Something vaguely approximating the starting grid is what I have in hand here. This race delivered in a big way this morning, Brian. Really good battles in Spec Boxster, Spec Cayman, 911 Cup as well. Top to bottom, it's just it was a pretty fantastic 30 minutes that carried us through our first race at 10 o'clock this morning. We get to do it again and wrap up our points races for the weekend with Green race number 2, presented by Isringhausen Imports. New for 2025, Isringhausen is sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of 2 components: willing and helpful attitude accompanied by competency in your field, states Jeff Isringhausen. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry. Isringhausen Imports sponsoring all 3 last points races this afternoon. On the first row of the starting grid, behind the Porsche Exchange safety car, pace car such as it is at the moment, it is Matt DiStefano in the number 93 Spec Cayman, alongside Scott Gill in the number 158, also a Spec Cayman. Row number 2, we were told that Eric Yortzoy was starting at the back of the grid. That has been adjusted.
Evidently
clearly.
been changed.
That number 321 is right up there on the inside of row number 2, alongside, we believe,
maybe Wally Chetty next to him.
It says it is, but I'm not 100% sure on that. So that's what we're going to ride with anyway. Just move all these positions back 1 to accommodate Eric Yortzoy there, if you don't mind. Michael Venable listed as P4 there, number 122. P5 is Tim Lambie, number 39. Paul Van Eden in the number 648, next to and or caddy corner from him. Number 556, Dominic Belvedere and Greg Rojic on the next row. 556 and 320 there. Greg Rojic is your SP3 pole sitter. Daniel Martinson, the 911 Cup pole sitter, with Jason Nupp alongside in the Spec Cayman number 19. Niels Meissner in the number 6 911 Cup. Alan Wilt in P12, the number 27. Karen Holmes wrapped up race number 1 this morning with a pretty storming drive from the back of the grid up to a top 5 finishing position. That number 36 starts P13 with Bill Paulin, the number 26, that SP3 car in 14th. Rick Pope, the number 22 911 Cup entry, alongside the Spec Boxster pole sitter of Rob Walker. Then an SP3 car, number 896, Tanner Market, gets in between Walker and Tim Nagy, who fought to the end there, and Spec Boxster came up just a little bit short this morning. P19, Dennis Hiffman, and Dwayne Moses in the 911 Cup, number 641, round out the top 20 as the field heads up the grid to begin our last points race of the weekend for the green group, Brian.
Tell you what, Matt DiStefano was really, really strong earlier this morning. We're waiting for our starter to give us that green flag as our cars start to come up the hill. And there it is. There is the green flag. We are back racing here in our green group. Scott Gill, though, gets a great run on Matt DiStefano in that number 93 machine as they start to head down into turn number 1, still side by side, along with DiStefano and Gill. Eric Yortsoy now, he's going to try to get on the inside there of Scott Gill, not going to make that pass stick. He's going to have to get back in line again. We've talked about this pretty much all weekend long. When you come through turn number 1 and you come down, you've got to get back single file. And that's exactly what Eric Yortsoy did with Wally Chetty a little bit further back, sitting there in 4th. Your front 4 cars are Spec Cayman's Mike Venable in the 122. Looks like he's going to tuck in behind Wally Chetty. Speaking of Wally Chetty, I went and walked around the garage, or around the paddock here a little bit during the lunch break. Ended up, they had all that car up, working on that car up underneath it. That car did not sound like it was very good when we finished our last green race this morning.
And we had suspected that maybe there were some fueling issues on board that car trying to make it to the end of the half-hour race. Not sure if you got an answer on that, but anyway, it doesn't seem like it had the car torn apart.
Yeah.
On board Rob Walker, that is your Spec Boxster pole sitter down into turn number 5 for the first time of asking. Look in that rear view mirror, or in that rear view camera, just like we left it at about 10:30 this morning, Brian. It's the number 316 of Tim Nagy. Got past Bill Paul in there, the number 26 on the start, and it is 111 v 316, just like we like it, just like we left it.
I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't some communication on the grid saying, hey, when we go out and we line up, let me get around you as quickly as possible. If not, we will lose Rob Walker in that Spec Boxster to run away. Rob's been really, really quick all weekend long, pretty much all season long.
I was gonna say.
Everywhere we've gone, Rob's been pretty quick in that Spec Boxster.
Up at the front of the field in our Spec Cayman class, DiStefano, Gill, Yortsoy, and then we think Chahedi or Chahadi?
That is Wally Chetty.
Chetty, okay. And then Michael Venable is your top 5. I got to say, we mentioned earlier this morning, Brian, we thought Yortsoy had the pace here to stick with DiStefano. It didn't seem like that was the case in race number 1. They were almost too evenly matched for Yortsoy to be able to close that gap later in the race. Having Gill in between the two of them, I don't think is going to help that 321 of Eric Yortsoy any at all. It just seems like any ground you lose to Matt DiStefano, as strong as he was this morning, is time you may just not be able to get back.
Well, again, if I'm Eric Yortsoy, based off what we learned early on, right before this race, starting up in 3rd is actually not a bad position right now, where we thought he may be starting.
Yeah. Down in 911 Cup, the Karen Holmes recovery drive continues. Remember that this race was gridded off a fastest lap from race number 1 this morning. So Holmes, with a good couple of laps, now goes up the inside at the beginning of lap number 2 here, was able to start halfway up the 911 Cup grid rather than at the back. So 911 Cup for the moment. P9 overall is Daniel Martinson. That's P1 in class. Then Niels Meissner. Looks like actually it's now Holmes gotten by
I
Meissner.
think she got through. You're exactly right,
That is
Brendan.
the 06.
I think that she got around Niels Meister in that 06, so now moved Karen Holmes up to 2nd place.
Long off and on. Well, it'll be on. Driver's left there at the exit of turn number 3. Loses 4 or 5 spots in doing so, but kept the wheel straight once the trajectory of that car kind of sorted itself out.
Looks like maybe that is one of our boxers. Is that the 64 there, William Harvey? In that one of our 911 Cup.
I was going to say, it looks like a 911. We'll find a black 911 out there somewhere. About halfway up the grid, you may get an idea of who that was.
Well, the only black one I see in the 911 would be Daniel Martinson, and we know that's not him because he is definitely ahead of Karen Holmes and Niels Meissner in that 06 and 36 respectively. They're just now coming through turn number 8 now, getting ready to head into the carousel between turns 9 and 10. You talked about the Spec Boxster again. Tim Nagy working everything he can. There's Rob Walker right there, got one of the other cars right there in front of him. I believe that is actually going to be Jason Knupp in one of those Spec Caymans ahead of Walker in the white one. That actually may be Dwayne Moses. That actually is Dwayne Moses that has moved up from 17th ahead of Rob Walker Dwayne Moses set in his profile. We've got one of their, what is your nicknames? And he wrote Dr. Awesome. So
Great.
I think that is a great little name there for Dwayne from Alexandria, Virginia. So
Yortsoy catches the back of Scott Gill, headed through the final corner and up the hill to complete lap number 2 in the slipstream. But these Caymans have such a low, kind of tiny profile. I'm not sure slipstream makes a huge difference until you get up towards VMAX past start finish there.
Yeah.
And I think Yortsoy, if he's gonna get by Gill and try and chase after the 93 and Matt DiStefano, is gonna have to do it the hard way rather than the DRS way, let's say.
9/11 Cup, Daniel Martinson opening up that gap just a little bit more after that second lap there over Karen Holmes by about 1.2 seconds. Remember, we saw Alan Wilt in the 27 and Niels Meisner in the 06. They battled pretty much the entire 30 minutes from the first race. This morning, they've kind of fallen back a little bit. There now you've got Meisner ahead of Wilt early on in this race. Remember, Alan Wilt,
for now, Brian, they were side by side headed underneath the Sargento Bridge just a second ago.
Well, it takes Alan Wilt's car, it seems, based off of this morning and then getting to the afternoon here, it has taken about a lap and a half, 2 laps really for that car to really come in from that handling perspective.
Yeah, it's not really surprising. Some of these older Porsches are a little bit more of a finesse type car, right? They tend to move around a little bit. You let the car ride on the rear tires and kind of let that weight carry you where you want it to go. And once you understand and get a feel for exactly how the car is going to handle, is we get one of the SPC cars running wide. Was that Shahadi way out wide?
No, that may be I think that, is that the Jason Knupp car in there?
Gray, silver, and silver in that group, Brian. So I got to be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure. Oh, is that Holmes around the outside? Let's see if we can pick that up. Just in the back of the shot here, underneath the Mission Foods Bridge, they exit turn number 10. There go the 3 Caymans we were just talking about. No, okay. So it's Martinson, Holmes. There's the Meisner and Wilt battle. It looks like Wilt has cleared the 06 of Niels Meisner. That's yellow in front of blue.
So those silver cars we were talking about in those Caymans, that would be the 122 Mike Venable, 648 Paul Van Eden, and then the 39 of Tim Landry.
Oh, you're right. Shahadi.
So that is
way
right,
out front.
right, exactly.
There he is. P4 right
is
there.
up. Yeah, Waleed is ahead of that group there. That's really 5th through 7th in there, but that is actually the battle in Spec Cayman for 5th, 6th, and 7th.
You got to go back one more. It's actually 6, 7, and 8 because Venable is.
Oh, they just dropped it. Yeah.
I may be wrong there. Well, it doesn't matter because I think they're all about to come together here, Brian, as we get a timing reset.
There we go. Now we're back.
All right.
A lot of timing resetting going on here. Want to make sure that they get everybody when they cross the start finish line.
Our friends over at Race Monitor were having quite the morning. We are back, which is fantastic.
Yeah, so the first silver car there is Paul Van Eden, then Tim Lampy. Now move Venable back down to 7th. In the Spec Cayman class, that puts Van Eden in 5th, Lampy in 6th, and move Venable back to 7th overall in that Spec Cayman.
And then Dominic Belvedere kind of splits the gap there between Venable and the 911 Cup leader of Daniel Martinson. And then just to the tail end there, you catch eyes on the SP3 leader of Greg Rojic in that number 320. Rojic was on the grid up in P8. That car now back P13 overall. Obviously doesn't matter much. SP3's nearest competitor is Tanner Market in the number 896, quite a bit further back, so not really under any pressure there, but kind of just tailing the back end of Niels Meisner there in that 06, part of that 911 Cup lead battle.
Well, here comes our 911 Cup right there, going through turn number 7 now, Jordan, as they head down. They are all pretty close. We talked about this earlier on, and we're going to talk about when we were in New Jersey, we had 10 cars, and the top 8 cars were within nose to tail. They went from 6th to 1st to 1st to 5th to 6th, back and forth. We're seeing that right now is Daniel Martinson's opened up over Karen Holmes now by 1.5, but then Alan Wilt has now moved into 3rd ahead of the 06 of Niels Meisner as they come through as one of our silver Caymans going off. That may be.
It's the last one in line. That is Dominic Belvedere in the 556, Brian.
Yeah, getting really, really wide through there. And what that does is that opens up. If you're coming through there and you see that, we were just having that conversation with the dirt here at Road America in some of those, some of the other classes that we've seen here. You got to go through it. I guarantee you that Martinson probably really let off the throttle right there. We'll see what that gap comes down to Karen Holmes, because he definitely had to check up, not knowing what was on the other side of that.
Yeah, it's tricky, too, because the same thing that caught out Dominic Belvedere there is the same thing that can catch out anybody behind. It's about commitment coming out of the carousel. You're accelerating all the way out of turn number 8, just pedaling the car ever so slightly, minimally, to try and keep that corner speed up through the carousel. And you want to choose that exact moment to come back in the throttle, pin the car to the inside curb through the last, let's call it 60 degrees of rotation or so around that corner. And if you get that just wrong, and you find yourself out a foot or two wide, it has big consequences on the other end. Just like we saw for Dominic there, you end up out over the backside of the curb, 2, sometimes 4 wheels off on a rough ride, out over the grass. Cars coming out the other side, same problem. You want to be back in the throttle, but being met with a cloud of dust on the other side of the carousel just makes it that little bit easier to breathe the throttle, and now all of a sudden, cars behind are right up on you.
Yep.
And that's what we see here with the 911 Cup. Don't know that anybody lost any significant amounts of time, but they were right behind the Belvedere car when that all happened up at turn number 10.
Well, I tell you what, the driver that's really getting the good view of this 911 Cup battle between second through fourth right now is Greg Rochek in that number 320 machine, in that 944 in that SP3 class. He's opened up by about 18 seconds over Tanner Market. But I tell you what, he's watching all of this going, I need to probably figure out how I'm going to be able to stay out of their way, because it does seem like he is starting to move in on the 06 there of Niels Meisner, coming down through turn number 7 and down the hill up into turn 8. So again, it will be where he's been in that position many, many times, and definitely this weekend.
Speaking of just being in the way, or a little bit in the way, I wonder if we can jump back to the Spec Boxster battle. About a lap ago, I was going to make a point before we saw the long off and on up here at turn 10 that looks like, unlike last race, Rob Walker and Tim Nagy were going to be able to go after this with mostly clean air. Kind of head-to-head without anybody in between them. Of course, by the time we have the chance to get over to it, that's absolutely not the case. Rob Walker has, I believe, well, that is Dwayne Moses, but Doug Crossman last time was in between Walker and Nagy. Crossman has now cleared both of those cars, including that 641 of Dwayne Moses. From the looks of things, actually...
Well, we'll have to see, because right now, coming through turn number 11 down towards Canada Corner, it looks like Rob Walker was going to get a good run on Moses, getting there, moved over a little bit to driver's right. And you can definitely tell the livery of Tim Nagy, because it looks like he's trying to take that livery from the Partridge Family bus thing there, because he's got some yellows, some blues, some reds, and all different kinds of colors right there. But yeah, it does look like Walker has gotten around Dwayne Moses in that 911 Cup number 641 in that white 911. So move Walker up into 15th, and what that does is that puts Moses in between him and Nagy.
It's an interesting dynamic here between these cars. Typically, you think of this in endurance sports car racing, where you're having to lap or work class cars with a really meaningful, let's call it stratification between them, right? Where cars aren't designed to go the same speed, and you've got to pick your way through them on a regular basis. This is a different dynamic to that, but one that requires a similar skill set, which is giving up the least amount of time possible for you and your race in traffic, right? He's obviously dealing with this 911 in front that is Doug Crossman in the number 92. It's a skill set that mandates that you keep the apex speed up. Don't lose time on corner exit, right? Keep that pace and that momentum built up through the corners. Rob Walker obviously has that experience and has that skill set. So far, it's been good defending from the 316 of Tim Nagy, but 15 minutes left. Anything can happen between here and the end.
Yeah, I tell you what, we're going to keep an eye on that. But I tell you what, right now, let's go ahead and make our first call to the grid for our next group, and then we'll take a break, get our break in, thank our partners and sponsors here, and we'll pick up the rest of this battle here after we come back. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call for blue sprint race number 3. First call to the grid for blue sprint race number 3. All right, well, we'll go ahead and take our quick break here right now. You're watching the 2025 Road America Challenge from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We'll be right back.
Bar and Swit Watches is a proud sponsor of Porsche Club of America's Track Days. Looking for something to wear on your wrist and time your laps? The Illinois-based brand hand-assembles bold, retro-inspired timepieces in the Midwest. From cassette-themed digitals and solar-powered 80s designs to rugged Swiss automatic adventure watches, its collection celebrates nostalgia and sparks conversation. Committed to quality and distinctive style, Far and Swit crafts watches as unique as the people who wear them. Visit www.farandswit.com and use code PCA10 for 10% off your entire order. That's FARRANDSWIT.com.
Come join racers, sponsors, spectators, and volunteers at this year's Rock the Summit, September 12th through 14th. Rock the Summit is the club race for PCA Potomac's Founders Region, and at 34 years, it's the longest running PCA race in the nation. Beyond the high-energy racing, join us for live music, a barbecue dinner, roaming beer carts during happy hours, and some other treats as well. Our 100-plus highly committed volunteers are ready to make the race weekend the best you'll ever experience, whether you're a racer, spectator, or sponsor. See you at Rock the Summit 2025.
The Carrera of the Americas on November 22nd and 23rd at COTA in Austin, Texas, is the final PCA Club race of the 2025 season. Hosted by the Hill Country, Lone Star, and Maverick regions, the Circuit of the Americas, a Formula One venue, is a 3.4-mile, 20-turn track and is one of the most challenging in the United States. There will be 2 race groups contesting for the final season points toward the 2025 PCA Club Racing National Point Series and the 2025 Mid-America Championship Series. This event is limited to just 100 racers. To mark your calendars for registration, open October 6th at clubregistration.net.
Welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 Road to America Challenge from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. And I tell you what, we've got some pretty big changes going on right now. During that break, Eric Yortsoy has now moved past Scott Gill for second place in Spec Cayman and second place overall, Brennan. So I tell you what, that car's starting to come back to him. And again, he's been one of the fastest cars all weekend long as they're starting to head down into turn number 1 now. There's Matt DiStefano, but it's not the gap he had early on.
I think the viewership may be able to call you a liar, Brian.
Yeah, I was going to say because I just saw right there.
You and I both saw it on
Gill.
timing. I know it was there. Yortsoy passed Gill. By the time our producer Jordan got back to it and they came back through start finish, it's obviously gone back the other way. I don't know if it was a move gone bad by Gill that pushed Yortsoy off or what the deal was, but just having cleared that Scott Gill number 158. Yortsoy loses 2 seconds and the second place on the podium, and it's just like it was when we went to break. DiStefano from Gill from Yortsoy.
Well, I tell you what, you're right. It was a 2-second, as you just said, 2-second gap in the lap time there. So I'm wondering where Eric Yortsoy lost that gap because he had, as you said, right when we came back, you pointed out it to it on our screen here, and then all of a sudden it kind of went away quickly.
And there was another point to be made there, which was that unlike this morning where DiStefano was pretty gradually pulling away from Yortsoy in second, Yortsoy kind of managed to keep DiStefano within shouting range, even being racing behind the number 158 of Scott Gill. And I was going to make the point that, well, maybe now that he's cleared Gill, he could actually go make a run at DiStefano. 10 minutes left on the clock. Let's call it 5 to 6 laps there. You could reel that in if you could find a tenth or two in clear air. That's obviously not the case now. It's going to be all I think Eric Yortsoy can do to get up to and try and mount another passing attempt on the 158 of Scott Gill. We should turn our attention then back to 911 Cup. A couple of personal bests the last time around. Karen Holmes in the 36. That's second in the 911 Cup class, a 2:32.201. Alan Wilt 0.2 of a second quicker in the yellow number 27. There they are, Chartreuse and yellow, exiting the shot and headed under the Mission Foods Bridge. just almost 0.4 of a second between them last time across start finish. That battling has allowed Daniel Martinson to skip away at the front of 911 Cup, and they've got some clear air back to Niels Meissner as well. So it's kind of this two-horse race now for the second step on the 911 Cup podium.
Yeah, it's going to be definitely going to come down to the end here with just about 10 minutes left to go in this race here. That battle is really going to come down to the end. We talked about it. Alan Wheeldon, that 27. That car gets stronger and stronger and stronger as the race goes on. 20 minutes in, that car's really starting to come around. Tell you what, Brendan, let's I know we did it right before we went to break. Let's go ahead and make our second call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Blue sprint race number 3. Blue group, sprint race number 3. This is your second call to the grid. Yeah, we go back and we look through, some of our other classes in our D class. Our lone driver, Glenn Larson, in that number 50 machine, leading in that group there. No GT6. I thought we had a GT6 out there this morning.
Yeah, doesn't look like it made this
looks like
race.
it made it out. Doug Crossman, who we were just talking about in the G class, I believe Doug was the one who was sitting down in turn number 3 the entire 30-minute race this morning. So he only got 3 corners in to sit there. In E-Class, Bob Danko in the 339. He's the lone driver in that. We talked about Matt DiStefano, Scott Gill, Eric Yortsoy, Wally Chetty. That's your top 4 in Spec Cayman. In SP1, Adam Golightly in the 487, only driver in there. We look back at SP3, and now this is a pretty big change here. So, yeah, exactly. I'm just sitting here looking out the window. Greg Rochik, who'd led almost 3/4 of this race, has now come down the pit lane. Evidently, there's an issue on that car. He's sitting right across from us. That puts the 26 of Bill Paulin up in the front. Right now, Rochik still sitting in second place because he had such a big gap on Tanner Markup, but I would assume that Tanner will pass him as Rochik is sitting here on pit road, and doesn't look like there's a whole lot of urgency to get that car back out. Looks like he's doing something inside the cockpit there, so we'll have to see. Crew looked at the tires underneath, but I don't believe that car's going to make it back out.
Also looked at the center rear of the car when it first came to a stop before moving around to the tires, particularly on the left side. So I do wonder there if there was an issue. There's obviously an issue, but I do wonder if it's either handling related or potentially in the drivetrain of that car. Also, a potential drivetrain issue for Tanner Market in the number 896. That car came through making some unrace car-like noises.
He was doing that earlier this morning, too, coming down the front stretch. So I don't know if it's when you get up under the load at the very top of the hill that it's starting to struggle a little bit there, too.
Up in Spec Cayman, the SPC class, we watch these lap times kind of fluctuate over the course of the race. Sometimes it's traffic. Sometimes I do wonder if it's tires. I think at the end of our first race this morning, our lap times for our Spec Cayman cars were anywhere from 1 to 2 seconds slower than the ultimate pace they had. Obviously, we're a little bit warmer this afternoon. The track tends to get a little bit greasier. Got no real cloud cover to speak of here at Road America as well. But with all that being said, Scott Gill in the 158 put in a personal best the lap before this one. His 8th lap was a 2:28.385, and actually got the gap up to Matt DiStefano down to just a tick over a second. Hangs the back end of the car out over the curb at turn number 6. Has clearly gapped Eric Yortsoy now in that number 321, who I think is probably going to have to settle for P3 at best here. And Scott Gill, I tell you what, Brian, he's going to make a real run at this.
Yeah, he's going to definitely make a run at the end. But I tell you what, we've got some kind of, and I'll say this, breaking news here when we look at the 911 Cup. So Karen Holmes, who was running up into second place now, has dropped all the way back. I did not see the car come down the pit lane. So I'm wondering if it pulled over there. So now Karen Holmes has fallen all the way back into 7th. Looks like she's going to drop all the way back down into the 8th by the time this race is over. But yeah, another problem there on that car. Not sure where it is. Can't see it on the cameras. But like I said, did not see it come through the pit lane. So I'm wondering if she may have taken that cutout down at the end of turn 5, knowing there was a problem. So what does that do? That moves Alan Wilt up into second place in the 911 Cup in that number 27. Niels Meisner in the 06, move him up into third. And now about 40-second gap to Dr. Awesome Dwayne Moses in that 641. Going to move him up into fourth in that 911 Cup.
Other class battles that we've been keeping an eye on. Rob Walker has Tim Nagy gap this time by 6.6 seconds. 238 flat last time around for Nagy. Rob Walker down in the mid-36s. So that one is not really what we left it. Sean O'Brien in the number 441 still sits in third, but under some amount of pressure from the 372 of Chris McDuff. Probably a battle we should attempt to pick up if we haven't already.
Well, I was going to say, I was going to jump up here to the lead because that is Matt DiStefano. He's coming up on some slower traffic here. Scott Gill has closed that gap to just under a second. There you see DiStefano. He's going to go all the way to driver's right coming out of turn 3 to head down the hill, turn 4 into turn 5. Scott Gill going to take that follow. Eric Yortsoy, pretty further back now, about 4 seconds. But last time by the start-finish line, it was 1 second between Gill and DiStefano, where that was about 2.5, 3 seconds. So as they come down the hill, we'll have to see next time they go by.
Yeah, nervous times for Matt DiStefano working through some of that traffic there in this battle for P1. Skips through one of the 911s, gets back to the apex at turn number 7, but a slightly shallow entry just compromises the apex speed ever so slightly. Gill should be able to keep it up and then make the move on that car down into turn number 8. Indeed he has, and we now measure the lead gap in car lengths rather than whole seconds here. Brian, DiStefano gets the car onto the dust at the first apex there to turn number 9. Will let the car track out a little bit, and then back to the curb at turn 10, lets the car, just kicks up a wisp of dust there at the exit of the carousel. Gill has about 3 car lengths. And out here, he's off. DiStefano's off. Gill is off. DiStefano spins. Does Gill come out the other side with the lead?
Well, this is what we were talking about here before. This is where that dust just kicks up there. They really went through there. I'm wondering if there's something on that racetrack, because both of those cars went dead left right through the center of that corner there, went out there. And then the next couple of cars that went in between, they basically had to completely brake check up. Now you can see everybody else going through the dust and the dirt. We can't see on the other side whether or not they continued or not, but both of those drivers made trying to make one heck of a save to go through there.
I think there's a car drivers left there, Brian. That dust is just finally beginning to settle. But let's remember this camera is on top of a corner station, a flag station. So there will be signals to the drivers as they make their way into the kink, and it's one of those corners that you do not ignore the flags on your way in there. Checkered flag is going to wave very slightly early here. It's Eric Yortsoy.
Yeah, remember we had DiStefano and Gill. They were the ones who kind of went down through there, coming down through the kink there, sliding off there. So again, Eric Yortsoy is going to pick up the win, not only in Spec Cayman, but overall. So the checkered flag coming out about 2 minutes early, just so that we can get down there and take a look at that situation early on. We'll give you kind of the list of rundowns once these cars come through, through the checkered flag, through all of these different groups. But definitely one of those deals, and I believe just now looking, and you did too, I think that we may have a change in 911 Cup. We'll get to that here in a second. And I think that is a product, Brendan, of, I believe, that Daniel Martinson was one of those cars that went through that dust and basically got hard on the brakes, and that allowed Niels Meisner and Alan Wilt to pass him. So, and they just came by and took the checkered flag. So in the 911 Cup, the 06 is going to pick up the win. Niels Meisner, along with Alan Wilt, is going to be second in the 27. Daniel Martinson going to fall all the way back to third in that 347. So big changes there when both of those drivers ended up going off down in the kink.
That is pretty remarkable stuff. Remarkable scenes to end this one, Brian. I'm just flicking back through some of the footage we got right at the end here. I actually am not convinced that that's what happened in the 911 Cup. I think Meissner.
Well, there they go, right there.
Yeah,
so
that's That's Martinson.
Yeah,
and
there's
I guess that's
Meissner right
Meissner.
there. Yeah,
You're
so-
absolutely. You know what? You are absolutely right.
Yep.
Meissner came through just as the dust began to clear and was able to keep not flat to the floor, but committed. Let's say on the exit of the kink, pick his way through the car that was whichever car it was that came to rest there. Driver's left, and looks like probably got the move done down on the run into Canada corner. That is pretty remarkable.
Yeah. All right, I tell you what, let's go ahead and do the quick rundown, then we'll make one final call, then we'll go to break while we get that cleaned up down there in the King. As we talked about in the D class, Gunn Larson's going to pick up the win there, number 50. In 911 Cup, the 06, Niles Meissner is going to pick up that win. Alan Wilt is going to finish second in the 27. In the 347, Daniel Martinson's going to end up finishing third, with Dwayne Moses coming in fourth. In Spec Boxer, Rob Walker is going to pick up the win there in the 111 over Tim Nagy. Sean O'Brien's going to pick up the last podium spot over Chris McDuff. John Haas is going to finish fifth in there. In our G class, Doug Crossman is going to pick up the win there as the only driver. In the E class, a 339, Bob Danko is going to pick up the win there. As we talked about, in Spec Cayman, Eric Yortsoy is going to pick up the win in Spec Cayman along with the overall win. Waleed Chetty is going to end up finishing second with Tim Lambie in third, and Dominic Belvedere in that 5.56, knowing he had that spin halfway through the race, he's going to end up finishing fourth. And SP1, Adam Golightly is going to pick up the win there. In SP3, Bill Paulin is going to pick up the win with Tanner Marcotte in second. Dennis Hiffman is going to finish third with Henry Carter in fourth. Greg Rochick going to follow all the way back down into fifth. So as we said, this race is never over until it's over, until that checkered flag comes out. With that being said, that's going to wrap up our green group right here. We want to make one more last final call for our blue sprint group. Race number 3, you need to be on the grid. Last call, blue sprint race group number 3, you need to be on the grid. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a break. Thanks to partners and sponsors. You're watching the 2025 Road America Challenge from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We'll be right back.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control.
Based in New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of 2 components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, TrackDate Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDateTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow track day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
Welcome back to the 2025 Road America Challenge, and whew, what a race that was for Green for their second race. What a way to finish there. A lot of action going on here. Our next group out is our GT production class cars coming out, and I tell you what, it's going to be one heck of a race there, as we saw that earlier this morning as well. Hey, thanks to Porsche Exchange of Highland Park for not only being a platinum sponsor for this weekend, as they have been for many years, but providing and supplying the pace car this weekend. So if you're walking around the paddock down there, stop by the Porsche Exchange's tent located near the Victory Lane. Say hello to that friendly staff. I know I've been down there a couple times looking at some of those nice merchandise they have in there. Show your appreciation and support as they do to us every single year. They have a great selection of new official Porsche clothing, accessories, and you can earn a chance to win great prizes. That's something I did not do and did not know. I could go down there and probably win a prize as much as I was walking around there. So again, thank you to Porsche Exchange of Highland Park for supplying our pace car this weekend.
We did it, Brian.
We did it. I'm shocked you were able to go do it.
I got to be frank, man. Me too. Yeah, we got our turn 5 camera back just in time. I did see some of the cars, in particular the Scott Gill car, come back on a flatbed over there.
Just saw that 13. Go through there.
Yeah, damage to left rear. So he definitely caught the wall down there at the exit of the kink. But it's a new race, a new 30 minutes, and the last 30 minutes for this blue group sprint points racing for GT3 and 4, GTB1, GTD 1, 2, and 3, H and I. A fantastic first race this morning. Let's get to the grid, which I hope has refreshed itself by now. On the pole, number 77, Tom Burke, your GTD3 pole sitter and overall pole sitter, alongside the number 17 of Mark Calzaretta. Tom Burke looking for a little bit of redemption after his morning came up just about a lap short. In GTD3, row number 2, Chris Dooley in the 751 alongside Brianna Ogden in the number 141. Got pipped by Ray Ramirez at the end of this morning's race. Ray will start in P5 on the quarter panel of that Brianna Ogden car alongside the 747 of Brad Weber. That's 6 GTD3 cars at the front of the field. Ryan Sikowski will lead the GTD2 grid from P7 overall alongside Nicholas Giguere in the number 11. Larry Wexler, P9, number 171, alongside the number 581, that is Mark Cook in his 2020 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Corey Lipka, start P11, the number 40, will start alongside the also GTD2 class car of Scott Nays in the number 10. P13, the GTC3 pole sitter, the only car, it's the 996 Cup, the 262 of Alan Viner, alongside your GTB1 pole sitter, Ed Dunn in the number 98. Changed to that dynamic for race number 2 with Dunn getting the fastest lap and therefore the class pole ahead of Angus Rogers, who will start directly behind in P number 16. Mark Hausman will split those two cars. That's your GTD1 pole sitter on the inside of that row number 8. Jeff Kleben in the number 522, slated to start P17. That car didn't finish this morning.
Yeah.
We'll wait and see if that car is out there. Should be in the mid-pack, somewhere in the area there of the kink, with Kevin Sear in the number 194 to start alongside. That's a GTB1 class car as well. Jeff Robbins, the number 444 on the inside of row number 10. Tom Palladino in the number 913 in P20. P21, Francis Florido, Russell Martirana, the 726 to start alongside. Those two GTB1 cars battled for the last podium spot this morning. Let's not forget, starting a little bit further back for race number 2. So let's see how they manage the traffic through these 30 minutes. Charles Liu, the GT3 pole sitter, alongside the GT4 pole sitter, Frank Powell. That's row number 12. Row number 13 is Michael Stewart, GTB1 number 113, alongside Steve Garrison in the 427. Row 14, 27th starting spot is Tim O'Meara in the GTB1 Cayman, alongside Kieran O'Rourke. Also a GTB1 car, that's the number 771. Pavel Puhalski in the GT4 number 241 alongside Kurt Conrath. That's your I-Class pole sitter, his 2009 Cayman S. Richard Eggleston in the 515 and Rick Fisher in the 163 will start on row number 16, and row number 17, the field's filled out by the number 941 of John Miller, your I pole sitter, and the GT4 class number 5, Patrick Perrinet.
Tell you what, as we double up and come up out of turn number 14, I tell you what, Brendan, this is going to be one heck of a race here. I'm really interested to see. Again, we've been talking about this, as you mentioned, during the rundown with that GTB1 class with Ed Dunn back out in front. Your earlier winner, Rogers, in there. So waiting for our starter for the green flag. There it is. Pretty late start there. In there, and then Tom Burke in that 77 machine. So whatever happened earlier on, he's back out as they're going to head down into turn number 1. Mark Calzaretta still sitting there kind of on that right side there. It looks like he may end up getting the early lead over Tom Burke in that number 77 machine as they go too wide down through there. Burke had to get out of the throttle there. Let him do it, but not so fast, he says, my friend, as Lee Corso likes to say. I'm coming back at you, and that's exactly what it did coming out of turn number 2.
Yeah, I thought Calzaretta carried maybe a little bit too much speed into the apex at turn number 1 there. Really tried to get the jump on Burke in that number 77. Interesting to see Calzaretta on the inside. Was expecting that car to be P2 and therefore driver's left headed up the hill, but maybe a dealer's choice there for Tom Burke to start on the outside, and he's used it to good effect anyway. It's 1 and 2 for those cars in the order they were on the grid. Burke will lead through the first sector here. Chris Dooley, Brianna Ogden, Ray Ramirez round out the top 5.
Yeah, I tell you what, Ramirez a little bit further back from Ogden. She got a really good run coming down the hill into turn 4 and through turn 5 up the hill. You can see now she's opened up by about a car length and a half over Ray Ramirez and another car length back to Brad Weber in there. And we got one car, the little spinning through there. I tell you what, good save right there. A lot of brake checking going on to try to save that. That was the black and the green. One of those Caymans, I believe. That may have been Kieran O'Rourke in the 771. So really good save there, and really good heads-up driving by some of those other ones coming out of turn 6, because that is kind of a blind left-hander right there, and if you end up getting a little loose right there, you could end up coming back across the track.
Brianna Ogden, the number 141, spent most of the first part of this morning's race driving her mirrors mostly, trying to defend within the top 5 in that GTD3 class. Kind of starting this one off the same way. There was a bit of separation from Ogden and Ramirez back to Weber and the following group. Unfortunately, that doesn't look like it's going to be the case this time. The top 3 have cleared away, including that 751 of Chris Dooley. Then we see the Brianna Ogden car appear. Then it's the black and sort of orange-colored Ray Ramirez, number 51. Brad Weber, Ryan Sikowski in the GTD2 class lead. We'll confirm that when they come up and cross-start finish to complete lap number 1 down in GTD2. It is not Ryan Sikowski. It's Nicholas Shiger in the number 11 who's going to lead that number 4 back to start-finish for the first time of asking.
Yeah, pretty good run by Nicholas Shiger. And, we saw him really trying to make the most out of it earlier this morning as well. It's a lot hotter out here than it was earlier this morning, too. Not super hot, kind of in the mid-70s, 73, 74, maybe even 75 degrees right now. So, again, these cars running at the hottest part of the day right now, so we'll have to see how that transitions out as the race goes on. But Nicholas Shiger moving up in the lead in that GT2 class.
We have a tremendously important question that needs answering, Brian. What in the world happened to Angus Rogers on lap 1?
Well, I think that may have been part of when the 771 ended up, kind of getting loose there. I think he ended up being kind of right behind that, or right near there, and a lot of brake check there. So we'll have to see.
I mean, he lost 20 seconds. Ed Dunn, first lap from the green, 233.380. Angus Rogers, 253. 20 seconds, and that car has slipped all the way back to P30.
Well, there's another driver out here that has not taken the green flag, and almost positive I saw him during, and now we're going to go 2, almost 3 wide there coming out of turn number 8. That's Ed Dunn, that first car right there. I thought I saw on the starting grid coming out taking the pace lap was Francis Florido. He has not completed a lap. You can tell Francis's car, because Francis has got the kind of one of the headlights there has got that star that they've taped kind of through there. So your Wilton, Connecticut driver not taking the green flag here right now. So I'm almost positive I saw him out there, but I could have been mistaken looking through the camera shots.
Chris Dooley in that number 751, third car in the line, headed up the hill underneath the NTT Data Screamin' Sicilian Bridge, right up onto the back bumper of the 17 of Mark Calzaretta. Slightly bigger cars these GT4 came in, so do tend to get a little bit of slipstreaming by the time they crest the hill and head down to that braking zone for turn number 1. It does allow Burke to just scoot away at the front of the field ever so slightly. 2:17.6 is the flying lap, first flying lap. And yeah, Dooley just closes in on the brakes in the braking zone. Pick one, Brendan. On the way into turn number 3, they're good launch out of the corner. They'll go through the Marine Sweep and under the Sargento Bridge. See, they crest the hill here into turn number 5. Do we pop out to the left if you're Chris Dooley? Is it too early?
Yeah, way too soon to do that. Thought better of it. Got back in there behind Calzaretta. Figured it would follow him through there, through it again. That is, that's the battle for second place in not only overall, but second place in that GTD3.
GTD3 class has been hard fought this weekend, all the way through the first and second sprint race. First and second sprint race. That first race was the non-points race, of course. But everywhere you look, these GTD3 cars seem to be finding each other. Same thing down at GTD2 as well. Nicholas Jaguar, Ryan Sikowski. Half a second to choose between them. Under some fire from Larry Wexler as well. I'll tell you what, with only about 2 seconds between them, if Jaguar and Sikowski start to fight, could bring those extra GTD2 cars, of Scott Nays and Corey Libka back into the mix as well.
Mm-hmm. Looking at our GTB1 class, Ed Dunn in that 98 leading right now. Kevin Sear in the 194. I believe that is one of the G Design Racing cars right there. And so that car really has started to make a move up. There goes Dunn. Here comes Kevin Sear right there. Kevin didn't have a good morning session out here on the racetrack. Ended up coming through here this afternoon. Right now running second in that GTB1 class. And I tell you what, he is starting to make some ground up on Ed Dunn in that number 98. Move Russell Martorama back into third with Michael Stewart in fourth in that 113. Again, so whatever happened to Angus Rogers in that 9 has definitely put him way back there. It's almost going to be insurmountable. But as we have said, and we saw it in the last group, and we saw it earlier this morning, especially in this group with Tom Burke and Calzaretta, it's not over till the very end.
This race in particular was, we're going to move up the inside into turn number 1. That was Ray Ramirez up the inside of Brianna Ogden. Ogden's going to hang tough on the exit of turn 1 underneath the Arians banner, but I think Ray is going to have that move done. Ogden's out of position just ever so slightly on the way into turn 3, and that allows the following car of Brad Weber in the 747 up onto the back of that 141 move. Not done, however.
Yeah, I tell you what, Weber, though, looks like he may end up getting past Brianna Ogden, because when she came out of there, Brendan, they really did not have the drive off.
Although now that I say that,
he's going to try that up there through there. Weber looks like he's going to try to make that pass going through turn 5. When they come up the hill out of 6, we'll see whether or not he's going to be able to make that stick. But when she came out of turn number 3 to head down there, and it does look like he is going to make that stick, when she came out of turn number 3, she was all kind of crossed up there trying to get back on the throttle. Just couldn't get to where she needed to. Basically had to wait for the car to get as straight as possible when she got on there. That allowed Brad Weber to catch her coming through there, as Ramirez is now opened up by about 4 or 5 car lengths over Brad Weber in that 747.
I bet you Weber felt like he had to do that move or try that move going into turn number 5. Brianna has been driving fairly conservatively over the first couple of laps here, and with the door open on the way into 5, one of the best passing opportunities on the track anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Every turn that he waited was going to be ground lost to that number 51 of Ray Ramirez, and if he was going to have any chance of scrapping for outside shot at a podium, but anyway, that top 4 spot, he was going to have to follow Ray through as closely as he could, and got that move done. I do want to go back to the GTD1 class, not one we've really talked about just yet. Mark Hausman, remember, was splitting Ed Dunn and Angus Rogers on the grid when we came up to the green flag just about 10 minutes ago. Hausman has slipped back behind the Dunn and Sear battle, and that's put Hausman into the clutches of the 444 of Jeff Robbins. These are, let's take a look here, both 981.
Yeah.
So previous gen Cayman GT4 Club Sports, I think. Is that the blue car just at the...
Yeah, so the 444 Jeff Robbins is that white and blue car. There goes Ed Dunn there. So whatever, when we were talking about GTB1 there, Kevin's here now. He's dropped back almost a little over 5 seconds. But the Robbins machine is that blue 444, that blue and white machine.
Let's wait for them to enter the shot here, because I do want to pay some attention to that GTD1 class. We'll hang on this one here at the Sargento Bridge as the GTD3 cars make their way through. This is all happening about 44 seconds or so behind the leader. There goes Dunn. Sear is the next car in shot, who slipped back just a touch. And then that and that. So
there they are. Yep.
Yep. That's Hausman and Robbins. Martirana in GTB1 is directly behind them. Not really in a scrap. 7 seconds in hand ahead of Michael Stewart, the car behind there. So I think maybe Russell Martirana, they're just happy to sit back and watch this battle develop from kind of the bird's eye view there as they scrap for GTD1 class honors.
Yeah. Yeah, you're almost at a point where you really don't want to go and move up there and get involved in that as Hausman and Robbins now go through turn number 7, go down the hill into turn number 8. That gap opens up a little bit more than it was, when we first started picking this up. It looks like it's about a second now between both of them, but they're still giving it one heck of a go here.
A little closer to... Well, actually, let's do a quick rundown here. 18 minutes on the clock. Let's recap the classes we haven't had a chance to talk about recently. GT4 still being led by Frank Powell in the 952, Pavel Puhowski and Patrick Perrinet down in second and third, rounding the class out. That class not under significant contest at the moment. Kurt Conrath leads the I class ahead of John Miller in the 941. 25 seconds between those two cars at this stage. GTB1, as we said, Ed Dunn and Kevin Sear, then a gap back to Russell Martirana with the GTD1 leaders stuck in between them. Michael Stewart, Tom Palladino will round out the top 5. Good battle with Angus Rogers coming back through the field. Cleared the 771 of Kieran O'Rourke, who had that lurid moment up at the top of turn number 6 on lap number 1. Watch that Angus Rogers car. At the moment, running 226s. Some ground to make up on the 913 of Tom Palladino, but maybe having dispatched of Kieran O'Rourke, some clear air will serve Angus well in that number 9. 8th class leader is Rick Fisher in the 163. Richard Eggleston in the 515, 9 seconds further back. Hausman and Robbins are your GTD1 leaders. 1.3 seconds is the margin there. GTD3, Burke, Dooley, Calzaretta, Ramirez, Weber, and then Ogden ahead of Larry Wexler, who that battle still very much being fought for P6. GT3 is Charles Liu, way out in front of Steve Garrison in the 427. And then GTD2, the GT4 Club Sport class, Jaguar, Shikowski, Lipka, Nays, and Cook.
Yeah, it's a pretty good rundown right there. Again, a lot of battles multi-classing through there, so they are starting to work through that with just about 16 and a half minutes left to go here. This is where the cars start to kind of slip off a little bit, right? I mean, you've got the fuel burn about halfway. Pretty good run right here. Here is that Kieran O'Rourke machine, I believe, that had that problem earlier on, coming down out of turn number 3, heading down into turn number 4. I tell you what, Brendan, why don't we go ahead and do this? We're right around the 16-minute mark left to go in this race. Why don't we make our first call to the grid, and then what we'll do is after we do that, we'll go and we'll take our quick break. We come back and pick up some of these challenges because, again, as we've seen, these races are not over till the very end, so we're going to end up having to pick them up. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Red Sprint Race number 3. Red Sprint Race Group number 3. Start making your way to the grid for your 30-minute race. Red Sprint Group, start making your way. This is your first call to the grid. All right, well, let's go ahead and we'll take our break. Thanks some partners and sponsors here. We'll come back. We'll pick up the action here towards the end, and we'll see whether or not we have those challenges. You're watching the 2025 Road America Challenge from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We'll be right back.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Welcome back to 2025 Road America Challenge here at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. And Brendan, we were sitting there looking out over the screens and looking out over the front stretch. Tom Burke still leading, opening it up by about 6 seconds, but it's not over Mark Calzaretta any longer. It is now over Chris Dooley in that 7:51. So move Chris Dooley up into second place in GTD3. Move Mark Calzaretta back to third. There was about a second difference in lap time there, so not sure where Calzaretta lost that second, but he definitely lost it somewhere.
It's already up to 5.5 seconds, so it wasn't like a quick change of position and they're back scrapping out. It's Calzaretta lost a chunk somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was in really bad traffic. There aren't any Road Atlanta type sequences of corners here where you're stuck as such. But you do have to be intentional about the way you set up your passes in a lot of these cases. So it's possible that that was the case, but more likely that maybe he made a mistake or had a quick off and on somewhere, and that was enough to allow the 7:51 of Chris Dooley to sneak through.
Yeah, because as you mentioned, that gap between Dooley and Calzaretta, that's 5 seconds.
Yeah.
You got to go 22 seconds back after that for Ray Ramirez in that number 51. That's sitting in fourth in that GTD3, and then Brad Weber, who has gotten around Brianna Ogden in that 141. So again, really that car tends to do really well and really get through some of the quick earlier parts of this race, and then it kind of just levels out, right? That car just seems to even out across the board, which ends up allowing the other competitors and drivers, especially in that GTD3 class, to actually catch up. Larry Wexler is the next car to put some pressure on her last time by. Now it's about 1.3 seconds that she has over Larry Wexler in that GTD3 class. So move Brianna all the way back down into sixth in class where she was in the top 3 or 4.
Jordan, can we head over to turn number 1? I want to pick up the lead battle in GTD2. It's Jaguar leading Sikowski, as it's been for most of the race. But I'll tell you, Sikowski is now as close as he has been since the start of the race. They've got some clear air here, and if anything, are kind of catching. It's Brianna Ogden just up ahead. So Jaguar's going to have to be intentional here as he manages the traffic. At least these next 2 or 3 cars here. 10 minutes left on the clock. He's defended well from Ryan Sikowski in the number 4 directly behind. But this is another battle, just like we saw this morning, Brian, and all across our classes, just has not let up.
Yeah. Yeah, those first 2 cars there, that was Ogden and Wexler in there.
Yeah.
In your shot right there. They were going by one of the slower cars. And then, as you talked about, that's the Gruyere car coming up there.
Oh, moved on, Brian. Sikowski got him in traffic. I thought that might be the case. That is, I just said I thought Jaguar was going to have to be really intentional about the way he managed traffic through those first couple of corners. And that is the white and black number 4 has cleared the blue hooded, blue nosed number 11 of Jaguar. I suspect Jaguar got held up just into or just out of turn number 5, and that's all the invitation Sikowski needed to get the move done. Not maybe a dive bomb, but a really aggressive move on the brakes under the Corvette bridge.
That's when you just come up and you go, thank you, and just keep right on moving. You don't even blink an eye to keep going there. Now he's starting to open that up by about. We got one car that's going to take the cut through there down through turn 5, and we'll figure out what the number is. That car had a problem earlier on too. That we saw coming out of turn number 7 last time.
The hope, Brian, is that Sikowski says thank you and you keep moving. But the way this class has kind of worked for us today, it's been these two just nose to tail in one direction or the other.
Yeah.
Here they come up over the crest under the Fly GRB banner at turn number 13. And, able to put a couple of car lengths between himself and Jaguar in the 11.
Yeah, as they start to come up the hill and down past the start-finish line, you can definitely see right now it's about, I'd say, 6-7 car lengths headed down into turn 1. They're going to pass one of our slower cars again, and it does look like Sikowski's going to get around there. Gruyere's going to get around there as well, but definitely was able to make up a little bit of time. There's the Ogden, there's the Wexler machine coming up just on the 163 machine of Rick Fisher. That's your H-liter class. So again, that car is going to come into play for that GTD2 battle here momentarily.
I need to give a special shout out over the PA here in the chat. Mark Martin has joined us. No, not that Mark Martin, but a Porsche-friendly Mark Martin, a one-time World Racing League competitor. Some of our Driver's Eye Live coverage of yesteryear. I think it was it Wheel to Win? Mark, was it? I don't remember. Mark's a super guy, and nice to have him here in the paddock on our Road America Challenge weekend for 2025. Appreciate you joining us. We're side by side into 7.
That, I tell you what, just as I was mentioned, they're going to go by the Rick Fisher number 163. That's your H-class leader. And I tell you what, Sikowski ended up getting stuck side by side, and look what that's done. That's brought Nicholas Gruyere back into the fold here. He was right about 2 car lengths as they started to go into the carousel through turn 9 and turn 10. Again, we'll see as they come down to the kink how quickly Sikowski, Ryan, in that number 4 is going to be able to pull away. It looks like he's opened it up by about 3 car lengths now where it went down. When we get down to the other side of Canada Corner, we come out of 13, we'll see what that gap is. That is where that 4 car really starts to get strong.
Like we say in endurance racing, Brian, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. It got Ryan Sikowski the opportunity to steal that class lead away from Nicholas Jaguar, and this one almost went the other way. It wasn't quite enough to award the class lead or award that opportunity to Jaguar, but any more offline or any slower than Sikowski was through turn number 7, and it might just have done.
Yeah, tell you what, as we're watching that battle continue to become unfolding here in this race, let's make one more final call here to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, Red group, to the grid, please. Red group to the grid for your sprint race number 3. As they come up, down out of turn number 2, down into turn number 3, you can see it. And it does look like the 4 car, as he comes up over that hill down into turn 3, he starts to lose the nose a little bit. That nose starts to push just a little bit. And what that does is he's trying to overcorrect that, trying to open it up to keep that there. And I think the back end's starting to come around a little bit as we wind down the race. There's the Ogden, there's the Wexler. Wexler still not able to get around Ogden for that. That's actually 6th place position in that GTD3. So, those GTD2 cars just not making up the gap that I thought they would, but that battle there is going to come down to the end as well.
Down in GTD2 as well, Corey Lipka and Scott Nays fighting for the 3rd spot on the podium. 1 second to choose between those 2 cars. Not really under massive threat at the moment. Your GTD1 battle we talked about earlier, Mark Hausman and Jeff Robbins. Kevin Sear has been stuck in between those 2 cars, and that margin has gone from being under a second to now out over 8. So all seems to be settled in the way any PCA club race is ever settled. With 5 minutes left on the clock, it certainly looks like the best battle we've got going at the moment is that Shikowski and Jaguar fight.
Well, you've also got in GTB1 here for that last podium spot, Angus Rogers, or whatever happened at the beginning that you noticed, he has started to move up. He is now in P4 in GTB1. He's about a half a second behind Russell Motorana in that 726. So starting to make, he was 4 seconds a lap faster the last time by the start-finish line. So again, pretty good run from Angus Rogers for whatever happened early on.
Yeah, I do see that, Brian. It looks like he's a little further back than that. I'm showing him about 8 seconds behind the Martirana car, but as you said, it's 4 seconds was the differential last time in lap time. So, 2 laps, 3 laps will get you there.
Yeah, and with about 3.5 minutes left to go, and again, we have seen this many, many times already today through here. It only could take a lap and a half, depending on where Russell is in that 726 if he gets stuck in traffic.
I think, is this the 9 of Rogers just in behind the 771, or was that at Dunn? Coming up to put a lap on O'Rourke.
Yeah, not sure. Have to.
There goes Dunn past start finish, so it's not done.
I believe that is going to be. Is that Jeff Klebon in there a little bit further back, or is he about 19 seconds back?
I think we're going to get Rogers coming out of the last corner here. See if we can pick him up at the crest of start finish. Just outside there. There he goes. Yep. So 2:23.762
So
against
another
Martirana.
3 seconds.
Yeah, 3.5 there. And the margin is, do the math quickly,
about
Brendan.
5
It's about
seconds.
5. Yeah. So we haven't gotten the 1 to go signal yet. 2 minutes 40 left on the clock. And Tom Burke will get the 1 to go next time here. Provided.
Well, they look like they're getting ready.
No, he doesn't,
because he just went through. So
wow. Just like our first race this morning, we're going to get this extra lap here just inside of the window to begin the final lap. So good news for Angus Rogers anyway in that number 9. That's an extra lap he'll have. This one plus 2 more to go try and get, like you said, the 3rd spot on the GTB1 podium away from the 726 of Russell Martirana. I don't think we've done this yet today, Brian, but we should just take a quick moment. If you're following along with us on the PCA Porsche Club of America YouTube channel, first, thank you for joining us. Second, we'd really appreciate it if you hit the like button and the subscribe button. Join 118,000 other Porsche enthusiasts. Follow along with not just our live stream content here tomorrow, Summit Point in 2 weeks, Circuit of the Americas at the end of the season, but also all of the tremendous content that the club puts out is always there for your review and your ingest. They do a really, really nice job. We're proud to be a part of that process on the live streaming side here as well. You've been a great audience today, and join us again tomorrow for our pair of Enduros.
Yep. We're going to talk about that later on as we wrap up the day here after we get to our Redwood. But we're going to do some enduro racing where strategy is going to come into play here. Let's go ahead and pick up and find where our Tom Burke is. I believe he should be getting ready to come down around again, I think, out of 13, maybe into 14. We'll see when he comes. There goes Ed Dunn there. That's your DTB1 leader again. So Ed getting it done here this afternoon. There goes the 05 there, Mark Hausman. When we were following that race earlier with him and Jeff Robbins. Jeff Robbins pretty far back now. He's in a battle with Francis Florido. And again, you know, Francis has moved up into the 9th in GTB1. I'm wondering if he may have a transponder issue or got stuck somewhere.
Let's go to turn. Whoa, we've got a car off the 48. Is off in a big way at high speed, backwards into the gravel at turn number 1. I don't think that car is going to get stopped before the barriers. It's a really scary scene down there at turn 1 for the number 48 of Francis Florido.
Yeah, that car just looked like it just went down in there, went to get on the brakes, and that car just didn't look like it wanted to stop at all. We've got the 1 to go board right now, or the 1 to go being given at the start-finish line. So Tom Burke going to finish his last lap. Looks like Florido maybe far off there, stuck in that gravel trap down there, where I do believe they are going to let this race finish. We're listening to a little bit of the call right now. Can't really get just on really what's going on, but there is Tom Burke getting ready to come. That's actually not Tom Burke. Tom Burke should be coming right here over the crest of this hill. Right here, he is going to finish his last lap here, so it does look like we are going to get finished here, despite Francis Florido going off down into turn 1. And I think, Brendan, that was just a product of just really trying to get by the car that he really wanted to get by before going in there. And at that point, you just missed the braking zone, and he got it, and it probably just went all the way to the floor.
Yeah, let's not forget there, with that car being down at turn number 1, that it will be a neutralized section of the track. So particularly for whether it's Nicholas Jaguar trying to catch Sikowski, although that battle is pretty much settled, Nays trying to catch Libka for the last spot on GTD2's podium, or Angus Rogers trying to catch Russell Martirana, that won't be a passing opportunity.
Yeah.
I wonder if we can pick that up. Well, let's follow the leader, and then we'll pick this group up as they come out towards turn number 13. By no means are those last few podium spots settled.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come, because again, as long as this track is, you still have an opportunity to take some time off on your lap time once you get past where that incident is down there with Florido. Being that we are coming up to the end, normally you would see where they would get a lap or two in with the yellow, and then you would know that that car's there, and sometimes they drop it, as it looks like we're going to send out some emergency vehicle there. So we're going to be from the start-finish line actually going to be under a white condition and a standing yellow there. So the checker flag is now out for Thomas Burke as he picks up the win in GTD3 and overall, waiting for Chris Cooley now to come by the start-finish line, and that's 7:51.
Good heads-up decision-making needs to be applauded here, and that's Angus Rogers in the number 9. Really, really good job to back out of the throttle there, headed into turn number 1, had an opportunity to scoot around some lap traffic around the outside, backed right out of it, knew he was in a yellow flag zone, and let it play out. Let's follow that group around if we can, Jordan, maybe up, or let's head down to turn 13, actually. Let's see if we can catch the battle between Libka and Nays. In that battle for the final step on the GTD2 podium. We'll wait for the class leaders to arrive. That's the 747 there, so that's not it. That the 4? It's tough to tell in the lowering sunlight.
And the light going down through there. It's really kind of hard to...
Okay, there's the 747, so that is Brad Weber. Ogden will be next across the line here. The 771 comes across the line as well in a kind of a lapped position. We'll wait for Sikowski and Jaguar, and then Libka and Nays.
There goes Sikowski there. So Jaguar is right there.
Yep.
So Libka and Nays should be there. Yeah, them.
White, black, and black.
That may be.
I think that's them. I think that's the battle for GTD2. Third step on the podium. Does the number 40 have the drive off at the final corner to hold off the 10 of Scott Nays? We'll wait for them to crest the hill here at start-finish. Yes, he does. The Isringhausen-sponsored number 40 of Corey Libka will round out the GTD2 class podium. And it looks like in the end, Angus Rogers was able to get the spot in GTB1
Yes, he
from
did.
Russell Martirana
Yeah.
on the final lap. So waited for the right moment, backed out of it down on the way into turn number 1, and then was able to get the move done from what was, well, near enough last place in the field to be able to get back up into the class podium.
Well,
I really impressive recovery.
I tell you what, in the last 3 laps, well, you know what? This is
Oh, he
not
got
going to
seared.
change. So now he ended up getting seared.
Oh, my
picked him up
gosh.
another 3 seconds. So move Angus Rogers from the bottom down into 9th position all the way up to 2nd after the first couple of laps in this. So Angus Rogers, one heck of a run to go from the back to the front in class.
I'll tell you
right
what,
there.
I'll tell you what, Brian, we did the math earlier. We knew he lost about 20 and a half seconds on that opening lap with whatever happened to that number 9 car. The margin in the end ended up being 18 and a half seconds. It's a really good recovery drive, but man, what might have been for Angus Rogers?
Yeah, could have ended up picking up the sweep here today. I tell you what, let's go ahead and let's run down where we've got in all of our classes here, because I think we had like 9 different classes. In GT4, Frank Powell ends up picking up the win in that number 954. In GTC3, Kurt Conrath picks up the win there. John Miller in 2nd in 941. In GTB1, we just talked about this, Ed Dunn picks up the win. Angus Rogers, what a heck of a run, coming all the way back to finish 2nd. Kevin Sear dropping back to 3rd, with Russell Motorana dropping all the way back down into 4th. In our H class, Rick Fisher in that 163 picks up the win there over Richard Eggleston in the 515. GTD1, Mark Hussman picks up the win over Jeff Robbins. That was a pretty close race about the halfway point, and then Mark ended up pulling away by about a lap and a half, almost 2 laps. In GTD3, your overall winner is the number 77 of Tom Burke. Chris Cooley is going to pick up 2nd place in GTD3 and 2nd overall, with Mark Calzaretta dropping all the way back to 3rd, with Ray Ramirez in 4th, Brad Weber in 5th, Ogden and then Wexler round out the field there in GTD3. In GT3, Charles Liu again picking up the sweep again in the 079 over Steve Garrison in the 427. In GTD2, Ryan Jakowski picking up the win again in that class over Nicholas Gruyere, Corey Lipka in the 40 machine, Scott Nays, and then Mark Cook rounding out the top 5 in that class. So again, another race here, Brendan, that comes down to the very end in some of these certain classes here. Tell you what, let's go ahead. We'll take a break. We'll come back and we'll pick up our last race of the day. You're watching the 2025 Road America Challenge from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We'll be right back.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the 2-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche Performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you'll want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 Road America Challenge here at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. And Brendan, we're coming down to the last sprint race of the day here. This is the race number 3 for our red group. And if anything plays in what we've seen in the green and the blue, this should not be any different when we get down to the end here. For this red sprint race for this 30 minutes, presented by Isringhausen. As well. And again, Isringhausen is going to have an evening social right when we're done here over towards where the big Haggerty Tech Center and Garage is over there. So everyone is welcome to come over there. I know, Brendan, you and I are going to spend a little bit of time over there, meet some of the drivers, and kind of hang out. Who knows? Maybe you sign an autograph or two while we're over there.
I will not be doing that. I will, against my better judgment, go hang out with people, though.
That's it.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. It looks like a great scene. I hear the Isringhausen folks are super friendly as well, and always enjoy the opportunity to mingle a little bit.
Yeah.
Looking forward to it after a day of great racing. You know, Brian, I think I should have learned my lesson. I should have known better than to say that things are settled.
I think maybe that's going to be the wrong word to say this weekend.
I think I'm done. I'm done with that. That phrase goes right out the window from now on. Looking forward to one more 30-minute sprint points race for our red group. These are the mostly Porsche Cup cars, some FIA GT3 cars in there as well as our top 2 GT classes. Let's get to our starting order behind the Porsche Exchange pace car as the field heads down into turn number 5. Your pole sitter again, as it was this morning, the number 28 Manibal Tequila sponsored Porsche 911 GT3R of Bob Mueller. We may have it on board for that car again if Jordan is on the Manibal. No, he's not. Okay. Not on. That's okay. GTA 4 class pole sitter is Rene Robuchon in the number 91. That is a 991 GT3R, he says unconfidently. Corey Friedman in the number 14 starts on the inside of row number 2 alongside the GTC 8 pole sitter. That's John Getz in the number 57. Kevin Roush in the number 960. Strong race for Kevin this morning. We'll start second place in GTA 2 pole sitter is Kevin Roush alongside Philip Leha in the GTC 7, entered number 3. Griffin Fuji in the GTC 8, number 270. That's a 991.1 Cup. Andres Leon in GTA 4, the number 191 to start on the outside of row number 4. Robert Wisen in the number 127 alongside Jeffrey Isringhausen in the number 81. That is the Junior Isringhausen, the 2019 GT3 Cup entry. Row number 6, Joseph Viola in the number 62, alongside Jeff Isringhausen, the elder, in the number 159. Wachenspiegel, you've heard me say it all weekend. Ex-Manthey 911 RSR. That will have been a Nürburgring 24-hour car at some point, I believe. P13, row number 7, Greg Esikoff in the number 71. Alongside Cliff Kayer in the number 8991.2 GT3 Cup. Troy Peterson to start in the inside of row number 8, the number 272, alongside Nick Plasenik in the number 41 GTC 7, entered 991.2, directly behind the class competitor there of Kayer ahead. Row number 9 is 999 of Rick Stafford in GTC 8, alongside the class competitor number 412 Russell Farhang. Those are both 992 Cup entries. The number 212 of Woody Wichard will start on the inside of row number 10 alongside William Oliver in the number 58. That rounds out your top 20. We'll get through a couple of more rows here before our 40-car grid comes up to start-finish. Row number 11 is Eric Meese and Steve Parker. Row number 12, Price Ford in the number 12, Phineas Kutlas in the 808. Row number 13, Edward Bowes and Scoop Havey. Great battle earlier on this morning, Brian, between the 25 and the 59. Look for that GTC, those GTC 6 and 8 cars to get after it. Keith Clark in there with Edward Bowes as well in the number 74. Inside of row number 14 alongside Greg Herback in the number 49. Row 15 will be Tom Rogers in the 44. That's your GT2 class pole sitter. I'm sorry, no, it's not. Herbeck is your GT2 pole sitter. Rogers in the 44 will start second in that class. 29th overall. 30th is Michael Iapaluccio in the number 6. 31st, Keith Erickson alongside David Varwig. Wayne Ducote and Mark Pulling on row 17. Row 18 is David Dunnigan and Jean Audet. Jim D'Orazio and Dave Bradshaw on row number 19. And last row on the field, Eric Bewley, Buell, and Glenn Spiegler, P40.
And just as we finish that there, Brendan, we are green for our red group here for the last race of the day. And Bob Mueller and Rene Robichaux, they're going to go side by side. What a great start by Robichaux. We're going to see whether or not he's going to stick it. And Mueller's going to end up falling back potentially to third. I think Corey Freeman may get by him. We'll have to look when they come out of turn number 2 and head down to 3. We'll see whether or not Mueller was able to stick it in there and stay second, which it does look like he's going to. So Freeman not able to make that pass stick. But they definitely were going to go too wide going to turn 1.
It's a tremendous move around the outside there from Rene Robichaux. Got the jump on the initial start, the whole shot, if you like. Got later on the brakes around the outside into turn number 1 there. We've seen that outside line, work right off the start in our previous group as well. The outside pole sitter able to get the jump there, and it works well for the number 91. Gets ahead of Bob Mueller. Let's see how long that number 91 GTA 4 class leader can hang on to the position.
Well, I tell you what, I would assume that he's going to be able to hang on to it just a little bit longer here until we get up down at least through turn 8. Again, we get back down the bottom of that hill. That's a heavy braking zone. Look for Mueller probably to make that move coming down and try to get into driver's left through there. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to do it. So as we get through the carousel or come up on the carousel, we'll see for that throttle modulation. But I tell you what, Rene Robichaux really got that car going strong here at the beginning of this, because he's starting to pull away from Bob Mueller by about a car length and a half as they got through that. As they come down through the kink now, it's about 2 car lengths back to Bob Mueller and then Corey Freeman. John Getz, and I was able to confirm that is a new car compared to what was left after the Watkins Glen incident.
I'll tell you what here, one thing we didn't really have to worry about in race number 1 up at the front of the field was GTA 3. Bob Mueller was so far clear of the field that we've never really considered the class battle, but Corey Friedman in the 014 now has 0 cars between himself and Bob Mueller in that 28, second and third in line with Rene Robichaux out in front. This is a good opportunity for Corey to fill the mirrors of that number 28 Menaball Tequila sponsored entry and just maybe get Bob Mueller out of rhythm or prevent him from getting into a rhythm, let's say, and maybe make a run at the GTA 3 class lead.
Yeah, as they start to come out, they came out of turn number 14. You can see the difference in the gap there as Mueller starts to pull away a little bit further from Corey Friedman by about a half a car length there. So add that up. So it's about a car length and a half now in total, for Mueller to lead over Freeman. But I tell you what, Freeman's just not going to go away early on in this race. Still plenty of time to get that car ready.
I mentioned it earlier this morning. Those FIA GT3 spec cars do have TC and ABS, so you can lean on the driver's aids a little bit more. One thing that does encourage a little bit is the send. And that is the idea of maybe throwing it up the inside, riding the ABS all the way to the apex of the corner, and just trying to threshold brake as much as possible. Bob Mueller does have the opportunity to do that if he feels like he's under pressure from Corey Friedman. For now, though, happy to sit just 1 or 2 car lengths in the wheel tracks of that number 91.
Yeah, a lot of drivers right now in early on still trying to get in there and stay single file. Not really a lot of too wide racing in some of these some of these corners that we saw earlier in their morning race. Really trying to set up and make some quick passes. Right now, just kind of getting in single file and just kind of riding around right now at this point until that car gets settled in, until the tires come up to the temps they want, the brakes come up to the temps that they want, and then it will be go time after that.
Friedman is much quicker through the kink there than Bob Mueller. Every time we get that exit shot of the 28 and the 014, Bob is just about a half a width or a third of a car width out further to driver's left. And it looks like Friedman is able to tip the car into the kink with a little bit more confidence and gets that run out of turn 11 and headed down to Canada Corner. Just not quite close enough. You can see they were a couple of car lengths apart. Now it's maybe half a car length headed into the final corner in this run up the front straightaway.
Yeah, I tell you what, Freeman really getting through some of these turns a lot better here this afternoon than he did. Now as the power comes down through there, it looks like Bob Mueller looks like he's going to try to make a move on Rene Robichaux as they come down into turn number 1. Mueller's going to try to make that pass while driver's left not going to be able to make that stick. Robichaux staying right into that center line there through there. Now Mueller's got to cut back in. Robichaux goes a little bit driver's right. Mueller cuts back across. What that's doing, Brendan, is that's sitting right into Corey Friedman's hands, because where the power for Bob Mueller was able to take off down the front stretch, it's now brought him right back into it.
Side by side into the Sargento Bridge for the overall race lead. Mueller is going to look to driver's right. That'll be the outside line in the braking zone. There is the Manibal-sponsored Porsche around the outside, gets the 992 GT3R dispatched on the way into turn number 5. A sigh of relief for Bob Mueller, who now really does not have to worry about that 014 of Corey Friedman quite so much. We expected this to happen, kind of considered it was going to be a matter of time. Friedman did really, really well to hang with Bob Mueller there. I don't know if it's going to be as easy a task for him to get by Rene Robichaux as it was for that number 28.
Yeah, Robichaux was pretty quick all morning long, too. Again, once Mueller ended up getting out, here comes the 7 down the pit lane. Steve Parker in that GT1 machine. So, again, Parker looks like that day may be done a little bit earlier than anticipated for him, not getting the run that he wanted for this last race of the day.
Yeah, let's look back towards the second group of cars here into the kink. That is John Getz in that number 57. Kevin Roush directly behind. Again, a really strong morning race for Kevin in that number 960. Has the GTA 2 class leader up into P5 overall. Philip Lejas, your GTC 7 class leader behind him. Andres Leon, GTA 4, is Rene Robichaux's closest in-class competitor, but already at this early stage, 7 or 8 seconds behind the erstwhile race leader in that number 91. Griffin Fuji, a little bit further back in the number 270. Jeff Isringhausen Jr., Joseph Viola round out your top 10 overall.
Yep. Most of their battles in class have kind of separated out a little bit. The closest one right now would be the 74 there of Keith Clark. That's going to be in our GTC 6. That's the white, the blue, and the black. Trying to catch Edward Baus on the 25 and the silver and green. That's the one we saw. That's the Demon Speed number 25, I believe, with Edward Baus headed down into, again, battle for second place in GTC 6. So we'll look to pick that up. Everything else is kind of, through the, kind of opening up in gaps.
I think those bows should be headed out of turn number 3 around this point. 5 seconds in arrears of Phineas Coutlas in the GTA 4 entry, number 808. So not really up on the back of anybody as such, as we get a couple of cars wide headed down into turn 5 for the fourth time in anger.
With Steve Parker dropping out early on, and for that GT1 class, that leaves the only driver out there in that 271, Keith Erickson. So Erickson opening up and going to be able to move ahead. And right now, looks like all you got to do is just finish this race to pick up that win in GT1. And that's unfortunate because Steve Parker did run really, really well this morning and was able to make some moves with some of these cars as well. So to get through there. So a couple calls across the radio here as we pick it up. But again, most of these drivers here getting single file. The class battles have started to open up a little bit, overall through there. Like I said, the closest battle that we had at that point the last time by would have been the Keith Clark machine, and just as I say that now, he has dropped back to 5th in
Where's
class.
Bob Mueller?
So that is true.
I thought I heard the call on the radio. I kind of pulled one of the cups off my ear here. It sounded like turn 12 was standing yellow for a car pulled off in the runoff at the very end of the runoff. And I didn't catch a car number or verify the turn number, but it did sound like turn 12. I wonder if Bob Mueller has come to rest down there at the exit.
Well, he is definitely dropping fast, so that would explain the dropping on the charts here in the race. So Bob Mueller in that number 28 machine in that black and teal, definitely off somewhere, probably coming down out of Canada corner and up towards 13.
Unfortunately, Bob's onboard did not start itself up at the beginning of this race, so we don't have that access to that, unfortunately, to try and verify what the situation is there. But I feel reasonably confident in saying wherever that car is missing, it is very likely to be that number 28 of Bob Mueller's. Into the pits comes the number 25, Brian.
Yeah, I was going to say, just sitting here looking out the window here, that is the Edward Baus machine coming down. He was kind of in that battle as we were talking about it for second place in GTC 6 with Keith Clark. I'm wondering maybe if there was, and we got a car spinning around out of turn 3, and that's been kind of a trouble spot pretty much all weekend long. It's kind of hard to get a number there. We'll see if we can't hear what that number is going to be.
I'll let you handle that with the radio that the track has given us here. It looks like a early 991 maybe that's out there, red and black. Worth noting that GTC 6 battle, by the way, yes, we've lost Edward Baus, but David Varwig and Keith Clark, 21 and 74 respectively, half a second apart. So by no means is that scrap in GTC 6 done. I've got to find them. Here we go. It is the battle for third as our leaders come across the start-finish line. Got done by the mute button.
Unmute myself here. What that has done is that has changed the whole GTC 6 complexion of where we were. The 361 there, Eric Meese is leading over Micah Polucius. Ooh, I'm going to say that name wrong. Appaluccio. I'm going to say, try to say it quick and it doesn't work. You have to slow down when you say that last name. That has moved them up into the top 2 with David Farwig into third, Keith Clark into fourth. But Keith Clark is trying to make a move on Varwig in that 21 in about 0.4 of a second, so within a car length and a half of that 21. So again, our GTC 6 battle, that looks like that is definitely going to work to come down to the end.
I have some concerns based on the description of that.
And we got another car going around through there in turn.
Is that the 71?
That may be. That does look like that is the 71 there.
Esikoff. That's Greg Esikoff.
Yeah, that does look like that is the Esikoff machine going down in turn number 3. And again,
head to turn 1, Jordan. Sorry, I want to pick up this GTC 6 battle. Farwig has caught Yappaluccio at the, I don't know if it's the tail end of this group or a little bit further up.
We've got the Michael in the 006 is a red, black, and gray, and then the black and the blue of, well, that's Eric Meese. So the white. Again,
I think it's first, second, and third in this group. Yappaluccio, Farwig, and the mostly white, and then white, blue, and black for Keith Clark. Yeah, so it's the group headed down the hill in the braking zone at turn number 5 here.
That may be right there.
Yeah, I think that's them.
Yep.
1, 2, and 2, 3, and 4, I guess it would be in this case.
Yep.
But anyway, Farwig puts in his personal best on the last lap, 221.212, and gets it to within a couple of car lengths of that number 006.
Yeah, and he was 2 seconds faster.
Yeah.
There, so I'm wondering, obviously getting through some of the traffic there, causing a little bit for that to go through. So again, Varwig really trying to do it, and Clark not too far behind in that number 74 machine. So again, this is a great battle in GTC 6.
By the way, I think that spun car at the exit of 3 earlier, prior to the 71, was the 16 of Jim Durazio, red and black 991.2 Cup.
Yep.
Does match the description fairly well. And that's a little unfortunate because Durazio was towards the tail end of the field at the start, but it was a decent jump for that GTC 7 car. Unfortunately, just a really, really long lap there, 3 minutes plus in his recovery down there from the exit of turn number 3.
Keep an eye on that Esikoff machine there too. You talk about 71 again. That was a pretty big spin there, and then over into the grass. I'm wondering if end up with maybe some flat spots on those tires going through there. And we've seen that like I said, that's been the trickiest spot. We've seen a lot of cars this weekend in all of the classes really having trouble negotiating turn number 3 down there, coming down that hill out of turn number 2 and trying to make that right-hand turn.
We're going to do this again, headed down into turn number 1. That's Yappaluccio. And I think we've got somebody between him and Oh, no, that is Varwick directly behind in the white car.
Yeah.
So that's all correct. But Varwick, have they cleared Keith Clark? No, Clark's just caught up the back.
Well, I'm
pulling in between them.
Yeah, so you definitely got the 0006 right there. Then you've got the white machine there. I think that may be David
That's
Farwick.
Farwick
So
now,
Farwick may right in there. So he has definitely got around Keith Clark. Keith Clark right in behind. So again, that is for second through fourth in our GTC 6. And then you got one of the slower cars there that they're going back through. That actually may be. I'm wondering if is that the 400 of David Dunnigan? No, he's 20 seconds behind, so that wouldn't be there. That's a pretty big gap through there. So this
that's
is for
Clark.
second
That's
through
Clark
fourth.
at the back. Clark is trying to clear Mark Poling in the number 219 so that he can continue the GTC 6 battle.
Gotcha.
So we've got all that put together now, and that fight's going to rage on again. That's all happening. Let's do the math here. Good 17 seconds or so behind the class leader, 361 of Eric Meese.
Yeah, tell you what, Brendan, let's go ahead. We'll make our first call for our drivers for our DE class, getting ready to come up here after this race is over, and then we'll take our quick break, and we'll come back and we'll pick up that at the end. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. DE Group 2. DE Group 2. This is your first call to the grid for your session number 3 shortly after this red group is run. So tell you what, let's go ahead. We'll take our quick break. Thanks some partners and sponsors. When we come back, we'll pick up that GTC 6 battle for second place between those 3 drivers. We'll be right back.
At Kurt's German Auto Works has over 35 years in the Porsche dealer network and over 13 years in his own shop. He enjoys caring for all Porsches and looks forward to meeting you and your car. He's located down in Homer Glen, Illinois, 30 miles southwest of Chicago. For more information, go to Kurt's homepage. It's Kurt's with an S, Kurt'sGermanAutoWorks.com.
Get ready for Rocky Mountain Thunder, the PCA race at High Plains Raceway in Colorado on September 20th and 21st. Rocky Mountain region hosted the very first PCA club race in 1992 at Second Creek Racetrack, and the members of the Rocky Mountain region take pride in this historic event. The region has run the race at Second Creek, at Pueblo Motorsports Park, and now at High Plains Raceway. This race will earn points towards the 2025 Mid-America Series, the 2025 West Coast Series, as well as the 2025 PCA National Championship Point Series. The race weekend will feature 2 30-minute sprint races on Saturday and a 65-minute endurance race on Sunday. Registration can be found at clubregistration.net.
Golden Gate Region will be hosting the 3rd Thunderhill race of the season on September 13th and 14th. This event will include 3 sprint races on the 3-mile East course. Thunderhill Raceway provides some of the best racing around and is where many pro teams come to practice due to the many diverse corners around the track. After the summer heat, the weather in September should be perfect. This event will be a points race for the West Coast Series and the 911 Cup Trophy, along with standard points for the National Championship. The event is just for racers, though. There will also be run groups for HPDE and time trials. Visit clubregistration.net for more details and to register.
Welcome back here to the 2025 Road America Challenge. And during our break, Brendan, we were picking up the battle here in GTA 4. That's for the last position on the podium, and that's the 212 of Woody Witchard and the 058 there, William Oliver, as they came over the start-finish line. Looks like Oliver was going to try to make that move.
Yeah, that Woody Witchard, number 212, that blue 992 there, defending really, really well from let's call it the Alpine Porsche Cup entry, German and Italian flags in various parts of that car. It's a good scrap there in GTA 4 with Oliver in the 058. That's the red, black, and silver car at the tail end of the shot here. It's Nick Plasenik that splits the two of them in the number 41. And at least for the moment, looked like he was going to mount a charge on the way into turn number 1. That's 991 putting the fight to the newer Gen 992s there. Not able to get the move done, and they'll settle in now a couple of car lengths apart through the second half of the lap.
Yeah, when they came by the start-finish line that last time as we were just coming out of the break, like I said, Oliver looked like he was going to try to make that move and just couldn't do it and basically had to get hard on the brakes coming down into turn number 1, basically just so that he didn't hit Woody Woodchard down in there, and then that actually just propelled him to drop back a little bit further on the track.
I mean, if you're William Oliver here in the 058, you're loving the scrapping. The problem is that if the move isn't successful, I think the 058's got a bit of pace on the slightly older 991 ahead of him, and it just holds up that 058 ever so slightly through the more technical parts of the track. So if you're in that William Oliver car, you're hoping Plesenik can get the move done and dispatch the 992 so you can kind of just go mano a mano with that number 212. But for the moment, it's just not really working out in William Oliver's favor.
Well, remember yesterday we saw Plesenik and Woodchard. They were kind of nose to tail, basically. Again, not for a battle in class, but they were nose to tail pretty much the whole time.
Yep.
We've got one car there off through the carousel there.
That's a GT4 Club Sport out there, Brian.
Yeah.
Blue and yellow. It's not Tom Rogers in the 44, is it?
I'm not sure if that is it. Is that Joseph Viola in the 62? I don't believe that's Viola because he just went by. Not too long ago, but that car does look like it is buried down in there, and that is actually not in a very good position coming through there because we have seen cars going off there before. And again, that's where we talked about with that throttle modulation, Brendan, trying to get through that as quick as possible, and evidently that just did not work out as this race is starting to wind down with just under 8.5 minutes left to go.
Move still not done by Plesenik on that number 212 of Woody Woodchard. That much closer. When he gets to the end of that front straightaway, just not able to put the move on the 992. The 992 should have a little bit more horsepower, be a little bit better on the brakes, and have a touch more downforce on the way into some of these medium speed corners.
And really what's going to end up happening here is if they come down in through here, this is where they're going to get that standing yellow, so they're not going to be able to do it. They're going to have to back that up a little bit because that car is still sitting there. Again, not in a very good position. I'm surprised that car or that we haven't potentially maybe gone to a double yellow here again with about 7 minutes left to go, 7.5 minutes left to go in this race. That car is not in a very good position.
Yeah, the theory I usually work with, Brian, is, well, if one car ended up there, so can another.
Correct, yeah. Absolutely.
We do stay green for the moment, and I'll tell you what, ever so much closer on the way into Canada Corner there as they disappeared from our view goes that trio. We're going to continue to follow. By the way, don't lose sight of the fact that we've still got a wiggle on for the overall race lead here between Rene Robichaud and Corey Friedman. GTA 4 and GTA 3, 0.5 of a second, 0.6 of a second between them last time through. Kevin Roush puts in a PB behind them, but even though we kind of had lost Bob Mueller and thought maybe some of the intrigue was gone from that group, as we've got a side-by-side move around the outside into turn number 1. Plesenik's going to try a different way this time. Good straight line speed out of the 991, fades right in the braking zone, really shallow on the way in. I'll tell you what, this is going to hold up Woodchard. Watch if you're William Oliver in that 058. Can he get a run on the way out of the corner? Doesn't look like it. Somehow we come out the other side in the status quo.
That was like 3 moves all in one coming back down through there. And not one of those moves were able to stick and get completed.
I got to be honest, Brian, I don't think Plesenik needed to do the fade to the right. I think he was going to have the Woodchard car fair and square around the outside, just carry the momentum, come back in the throttle, and run out over that exit curb as far as you like. All you needed to do was keep the speed up into the braking zone at turn 3 and just kind of, I think, did himself in there where he didn't need to.
Yeah. Looking at time and scoring, there's a couple cars that it could be that's down there at the bottom of that hill, down into the carousel. It could be the 400 there of David Dunnigan in that blue 991. Maybe I haven't seen him come back by the start-finish line unless I missed him early on when I was looking kind of at that pass. There goes Glenn Spiegler in the 58 machine. And then now that car is gone, so now it really doesn't matter.
Okay.
Oh, they came in and picked that car up. So they did the hot pull, picked that car up, and moved that car off to the second. Yeah.
Tremendous work by the
It's
Road
like
America
it's magic.
team.
It's like magic, like he was never there. I do believe that could be the David Dunnigan machine that they pulled out of there, or it could have been the. It may have been Greg Herbeck in that 49 machine.
Yeah, so it was definitely a Cayman GT4 Club Sport.
Yep, so it was definitely Greg Herbeck.
I think that's probably the
yep,
case.
in the 49.
All right, let's get an eye on this GT C6 Trio. Do I have the class right? Oh, wait, was that them?
Tell you what, while you're looking at that here real
Yeah.
quick and trying to find out, let's go ahead and make another call to the grid for our DE Group 2. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. DE Group 2. DE Group 2. This is your second call to the grid for your session shortly after this red sprint race group. DE Group 2. You are scheduled to be on track shortly at 5 o'clock.
Plesanek tried the outside around Wichard once again on the way into turn number 1. Did not go. Just not able to get on the brakes late enough and still make it back to the apex of the outside line anyway.
Yeah.
Being around the outside of the 212 there. Just hasn't worked for Nick as yet. William Oliver again just kind of biding his time there. Third in line, trying to pick up that extra spot in GTA 4. Again, that class battle is for the final step on the podium.
Tell you what, one of the drivers we really haven't talked about this race, and he's got about a 3 seconds, early on. We were talking about John Getz in that 57 machine. He was leading that GTC 8. Griffin Fuji has now moved ahead, and he has opened up by about 3 seconds over John Getz in that 57. And then you got to go back another 7 seconds to Joseph Viola in that number 62 machine, followed by Rick Stafford a little bit further back in that 999. So again, GTC 8, Griffin Fuji making the most out of this afternoon's race, getting around John Getz.
Okay, Wichard's going to go slightly defensive here. If you're Plesanek, you back up just a touch on the way in, come back in the throttle hard and try and get a good run out of the corner. That's exactly what he's done,
happens.
But he had to dab the brakes on the way through 11A as the road bends back around to the left, and whatever run he had on the way towards Canada Corner, that extra speed he carried through the apex of the kink doesn't work. So I think generally if you're Nick Plesanek here, the racecraft is there, just maybe not the car performance needed to actually get that move completed.
Yeah, here they come up out of the hill, out of there. You can see it does look like he is going to try to make that move again to try to get up the hill, up out of turn 14.
That is the move. He's back on the throttle so much earlier than Woody Wichard is. That gets him the speed up these long straightaways. He's going to go around the outside into turn number 1, and if he's able to get the move done, he can move back to driver's right into the braking zone. Didn't work for him last time. Can he drive the car in just that little bit deeper?
Not going to be able to do it. When he went by the start-finish line, technically he was ahead, but as you can see here, they go down into turn number 1. Woody Wichard, again, is going to move back out in front of Nick Plesanek. And again, this is not a battle in class. This is a battle just on the racetrack.
Correct, but it does affect a class battle in that William Oliver in the 058 is kind of waiting and hoping that Plesanek can get the move done to clear Woody Wichard and allow William Oliver that chance somewhere in these final. Should be about a lap and a half here for these cars to try and get a stab at the podium.
Yep, and that I was going to say, and that would be for the last spot in that GTA 4 class.
Yeah.
Is now we're getting the 1 to go right now. So Rene Robichaud just went by the start-finish line, headed down. So everybody else. So again, when this battle comes back up, you're going to end up with one more lap to go for this group right here. Which will hopefully allow William Oliver in that 058 to use Nick Plesanek as that person and that driver to get back in front of Woody Wichard.
William Oliver's got the headlight flash going now. It's like we said, time is kind of running out here, and Oliver's been reliant on Nick Plesanek to give it a go. I think now if you're William Oliver, the best thing you can hope for is for Plesanek to move out of the way and let you have a shot at it fair and square.
Or maybe let him know, hey, I'm still here, because it does look like they're starting to gain some momentum coming down through there to Woody Woodchard. So it could be that Oliver's using Placenik as to pull the draft, to pull him down through there. Let's see how close they are when they come up out of the hill here, up out of turn 13 and getting ready to go into turn 14. It's going to be about the drive off from William Oliver. Oliver's got to be as close as he can to Nick Placenik if he wants to utilize that draft to get up that hill and over in order to get by Woody Woodchard.
That narrow 991 is just so much quicker through the middle part of the straightaway that I don't know that it's going to make a difference. They head up the front straightaway now, and it's actually the biggest gap we've seen yet between any of these three cars. In particular, it's the first time we haven't seen Placenik alongside the number 212. Tries a different move, and it actually requires Woodchard to go a little bit defensive on the way into turn number 1. That'll take some mid-corner speed away. Placenik's going to look around the outside here. Woodchard half defends again. This moves about 3/4 of a car width to driver's right on the way into turn number 3, and it does allow William Oliver up to, well, a couple of car lengths anyway, within that number, within the back of that number 41. But yeah, move's not on.
Well, I tell you what, Rene Robichaux should be getting ready to come out of turn 14 up on the start-finish line. Here he comes. Rene Robichaux is going to pick up the GTA 4 class win. Corey Freeman should be coming up, I believe, here any moment. Going through, there's the 006.
Yep.
I believe that Freeman has already taken the checkered flag along with Kevin Roush. Should be getting ready to come up. So that battle down here, that's going to be where it's going to be if you want to get on that last podium spot in that GTA 4 class. Oliver's going to have to get it done with Nick Placenik's help.
Yeah, Woodchard is again shallow and slow on the way into 8, but able to come back into the throttle reasonably early there. And allow Placenik or cause Placenik to slide just a little bit further back. Really draws away from that 991 through the middle part of the carousel. They're all in each other's wheel tracks through the right-hander up at the kink. Now, does Oliver think about a move on the way into Canada corner here?
Well, he got I was going to say he got a really, really good run coming out of the kink there.
Yeah.
Down in the down into Canada corner. We'll have to see whether or not he's going to be able to make that stick. And does Placenik let him go at that point if they can get up beside Woody Woodchard?
It doesn't look like it. Looks like it's a 992, a 991, and then that last 992 in the line will be the 058 of William Oliver. Russell Faring has been watching this for the last couple of laps, but unable to mount a challenge in this overall battle in the top 15. Looks like Woodchard will hang on in GTA 4, take that last step on the podium ahead of William Oliver in the 058. Oliver does it with an exclamation point, though, in fairness. Able to set a PB, a 2:16.324 with a little bit of drafting help there from Nick Placenik on the final lap.
Yep, absolutely. Those are our last couple cars here. Take the checkered flag line across the start-finish line. Let's go ahead and give the full field rundown here by class. We'll give you the top 3 in each one as we run down, and then we're going to talk a little bit more. Remember, we have the social hour at the Isringhausen paddock later shortly here after this race is over, once everybody gets in and gets through what they need to get through. So in GT1, Keith Ericsson's going to pick up the win there. Steve Parker finishing second, really only getting 2 laps in. We saw him come through. GTC 8, Griffin Fuji is going to pick up the win there over John Getz, who's going to finish second, with Joseph Viola in the 62 machine going to finish in third. In GT2, Tom Rogers is going to pick up the win there. Greg Herback, and I believe that was the Herback machine that we did see that was stuck down there in the carousel in that 49, going to finish second, only completing 8 laps. GTA 2, Kevin Roush in that 960 going to pick up the win there over Jeff Isringhausen in the 159, with Gene Audette finishing in third in that GTA 2 class. GTC 7, Philip Leja. We didn't really talk about Philip in this race. Had a 9.5 second lead over the 81 of Jeff Isringhausen Jr. And then another 4.5 seconds back to Robert Wisen in the 127. We talked about Nick Placenik. He was kind of in that battle for that GTA 4 last podium spot. In GTA Philip Lacy is going to finish in first. Jeffrey Isenhout, and then Robert Wisen in GTC 7. In GTA 3, Corey Friedman is going to pick up the win there with Greg Esikoff in the 71 going to finish second. Bob Mueller only completing 3 laps, end up going to finishing third. Those are the 3 cars in that class. GTC 6, Eric Mies in the 361. Michael Pagliuccio. Appaluccio. I'm going to get it right, Michael, I promise. And the 06 going to finish second. And third, Keith Clark in the 74 with David Varwig going to finish in fourth. In GTA 4, and your overall winner here, 91, Rene Robichaud, going to pick up the win there. Andres Lyon, didn't talk a lot about him this afternoon here in that 199. Going to finish in second. And Woody Woodchip's going to finish in third with William Oliver in that 058 finishing in fourth. So with that, that's going to wrap up us here right now. Let's make one last call to the DE Group 2 to come up to the grid. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Last call, DE Group 2. Last call, DE Group 2. You should be on the grid as you are going to be going out here momentarily. All right, Brennan, Jordan, with that being said, that's going to wrap up today's coverage. Tomorrow, we're going enduro racing. Each of our 2 groups here, our purple group and our yellow group, we're going to go 75 minutes. Strategy is going to come into play. You've got to make a pit stop. We're going to talk all about that tomorrow morning, but we are going to go on air roughly 9:05 in the morning Central Time. So we'll be back here on the air here, and you're watching the 2025 Road America Challenge. Any last words from you?
No, great day of sprint racing. We're awarding some points-based trophies tonight, obviously, over at the podium. I'm not sure what the specifics of that are, but take a stop by there and be sure to join us and come say hi to Brian and myself down at the Isringhausen Social as we wrap up our Saturday. Looking forward to 2 really, really great hour and 15-minute enduros tomorrow.
Yeah. So again, you're watching the 2025 Road America Challenge from Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Tell you what, that's going to wrap us up today. We look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow, and we'll see you in the morning around 9:05 a.m.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Repaired Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Our tires provide total control of speed and direction while ensuring safety and comfort on the road. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit HankookMotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
We're not just a one-off experience, we're a call to freedom. We're a place in people's minds where everyone can unleash their wild side with a passport to a world of possibilities, a spirit that breaks all the rules, uniting the famously bold and spirited essence of tequila from Mexico with the much-loved richness of peanut butter. Manabal is the bold embodiment of the party animal within us all. Here is where the ethics starts. Tequila can be purchased nationwide at manabaltequila.com.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPD insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your portion today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control.
Based in New Jersey, Precision Motorsports, or PMR, is a supporter of club racing and a new national sponsor for 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
New for 2025, Isringhausen will be sponsoring the GTD 1, 2, and 3 classes. Our group here at Club Racing are thrilled to have them on board. Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of 2 components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Make Making it easier for our fellow track day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top-quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche Performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsport damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience, both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailux Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailux should be your first and only choice. Trailux has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailux Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Kurt at Kurt's German Auto Works has over 35 years in the Porsche dealer network and over 13 years in his own shop. He enjoys caring for all Porsches and looks forward to meeting you and your car. He's located down in Homer Glen, Illinois, 30 miles southwest of Chicago. For more information, go to Kurt's homepage. It's Kurt's with an S, Kurt'sGermanAutoWorks.com.
Get ready for Rocky Mountain Thunder, the PCA race at High Plains Raceway in Colorado on September 20th and 21st. Rocky Mountain region hosted the very first PCA club race in 1992 at Second Creek Racetrack, and the members of the Rocky Mountain region take pride in this historic event. The region has run the race at Second Creek, at Pueblo Motorsports Park, and now at High Plains Raceway. This race will earn points towards the 2025 Mid-America Series, the 2025 West Coast Series, as well as the 2025 PCA National Championship Points Series. The race weekend will feature two 30-minute sprint races on Saturday and a 65-minute endurance race on Sunday. Registration can be found at clubregistration.net.
Golden Gate Region will be hosting the third Thunderhill race of the season on September 13th and 14th. This event will include 3 sprint races on the 3-mile East course. Thunderhill Raceway provides some of the best racing around and is where many pro teams come to practice due to the many diverse corners around the track. After the summer heat, the weather in September should be perfect. This event will be a points race for the West Coast Series and the 911 Cup Trophy, along with standard points for the National Championship. The event is just for racers, though. There will also be run groups for HPDE and time trials. Visit clubregistration.net for more details and to register.
Far and Swit Watches is a proud sponsor of Porsche Club of America's Track Days. Looking for something to wear on your wrist and time your laps? The Illinois-based brand hand-assembles bold, retro-inspired timepieces in the Midwest. From cassette-themed digitals and solar-powered 80s designs to rugged Swiss automatic adventure watches, its collection celebrates nostalgia and sparks conversation. Committed to quality and distinctive style, Far and Swit crafts watches as unique as the people who wear them. Visit www.farandswit.com and use code PCA10 for 10% off your entire order. That's FARRAMDSWIT.com.
Come join racers, sponsors, spectators, and volunteers at this year's Rock the Summit, September 12th through 14th. Rock the Summit is the club race for PCA Potomac's Founders Region, and at 34 years, it's the longest-running PCA race in the nation. Beyond the high-energy racing, join us for live music, a barbecue dinner, roaming beer carts during happy hours, and some other treats as well. Our 100-plus highly committed volunteers are ready to make the race weekend the best you'll ever experience, whether you're a racer, spectator, or sponsor. See you at Rock the Summit 2025.
The Carrera of the Americas on November 22nd and 23rd at COTA in Austin, Texas, is the final PCA club race of the 2025 season. Hosted by the Hill Country, Lone Star, and Maverick regions, the Circuit of the Americas, a Formula One venue, is a 3.4-mile, 20-turn track and is one of the most challenging in the United States. There will be 2 race groups contesting for the final season points toward the 2025 PCA Club Racing National Point Series and the 2025 Mid-America Championship Series. This event is limited to just 100 racers. To mark your calendars for registration, open October 6th at clubregistration.net.
LN Engineering is a proud sponsor of the Porsche Club of America and this year's track race, the Road America Challenge. Whether you have an old air-cooled Porsche or a modern water-cooled one, LN Engineering has performance and reliability upgrades for all models. Be sure to use coupon code TRAC on lnengineering.com to save 20% at checkout while shopping for your favorite brands.
Kansas City region is excited to host their second annual club race in the rolling hills of the Ozarks. The 2025 Race the Roller Coaster club race will be held on September 27th and 28th at Ozark International Raceway. The challenging 3.97-mile, 19-quarter course has almost 1,500 feet of combined elevation change per lap. The track is in Gravois Mills, Missouri, a few hours from Kansas City. There will be 3 sprint races, one on Saturday, followed by a happy hour with drinks and refreshments, and 2 on Sunday. Both days will have charity parade laps during lunch and give friends and family a taste of the roller coaster. The points races at this club race will earn points towards the 2025 Mid-America Series as well as the 2025 PCA National Championship Points Series. Register at clubregistration.net. The last PCA East Coast race of the season is at Carolina Motorsports Park, October 17th through 19th. The Carolinas Challenge is held at the 2.3-mile road course that's about an hour south of Charlotte. The event will feature the Vintage Class runoffs, 3 sprint races, and a 65-minute endurance race on Sunday. Wind down after Friday's practice with a social presented by Narrow Escape Motorsports, and after Saturday's sprint races, enjoy the award ceremony in full Southern hospitality with music and barbecue. Visit clubregistration.net to sign up.